Hello everybody, this is Fronito Bobbin here, and welcome to another live stream. Yes, I am live once again. I do apologize for the intro getting a bit messed up. That's my own fault for having stuff on an external hard drive, of which was unplugged accidentally, resulting in that happening. Anyways, welcome. Yes, I am live streaming once again. Just gonna pause the game real quick because the game on my end is pretty loud. Or not, it's pretty quiet, but I notice the game on your end is gonna be kind of loud as well. So let me just sort that out. Let's see. Still pretty loud. Okay, let me just say. Okay, we'll turn down the volume of the game. Actually, you know, it's better if I just leave this as it is. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. That'll be a suitable volume. And yes, I'm doing sound testing right at the beginning of a live stream. Okay, but that should be it. Alright then, so yeah, a bit of a rocky start to this live stream, I must admit. It's been a pretty rocky day so far, actually, as well, because, because it just has been. You know, a lot of stuff has been going, well, lots of stuff I've expected. I guess I'll talk about that as I go along. But anyways, yes, welcome back to another Train Simulator Classic live stream. We're starting out here in Whitefish Station, and of course we are driving the Amtrak Empire Builder with a pair of ALC-42 locomotives. We'll talk all about it as we go along here. But the doors are about to close, so we're gonna start off quickly, and I'm gonna try not to pause the game too much in this live because this live is gonna be a very long one, as I shall talk a little bit about. And as our doors close, so let's depart. Alright. And we're off. Alright, yeah, welcome to Whitefish, Montana, the Whitefish Station. Bit of a yard here. Some rolling stock. Yes. And some very interesting stuff in the yard here, as you can see. A little preview of what we're going to see today, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, so I'm talking, the game isn't actually too loud on my end, but I know some of the, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna turn down the volume, through OBS, see if that does anything. Alright, so I am now talking, let me make it a bit louder. And, that's fine. I guess. I don't know. I wish I had someone watching the stream to tell me whether it's loud or quiet, but I don't, so we're just gonna have to deal with this. So apologies if my voice is a little bit hard to hear in this live stream. But it should be fine though now, hopefully. Alright, let's take a look around Whitefish here. As we're about to leave. Well, we are leaving, but going slowly because for some reason the speed limit here is 20 miles an hour. Yeah. For some reason. Speed. I mean, whenever we're in a standstill, I can speed all I want, but I don't want to do that because it's still against the law. Alright, so everything seems to be fine, so we're just going to get on with it. Alrighty then. So yes, welcome. Yep, I noticed that the time, but yes, welcome indeed to another live stream. A couple months since I did the last one. Actually, a few months, actually. Last time I did one was back in March. And that was to coincide with the release of the, what is it? The New York to Stanford route over in Train Sim World. So, yes. We, however, today are playing Train Simulator Classic, a game I have not streamed in a couple of years. And I believe the last time I ever did anything related to Train Simulator Classic was actually when I did the Pipestone Pass video, and that was a whole year ago. Yeah, so I haven't played this game that much on this channel lately. Oh, hello, Sherry Dunbar. Straight? Oh, wait, what view? Okay, good. Yeah, but let me know if the audio levels are good. How did you find this? Well, pretty easily, actually. This was, someone posted about this in the Northeast Core Developments Facebook group, and I saw that. I was like, oh, that looks pretty cool. So I was I've been keeping up with the development of this add-on, this locomotive. And then it released, and so I downloaded it, and now I'm doing this stream today to showcase it, because I think this thing is cool. Yeah. Alrighty, well, since we're actually on the move here, I think now would help that I actually tell you what we're doing for today. I kind of already said it in the, I will have it in the description of the stream, and also the thumbnail of the stream as well, kind of gives it away, but we got a very long way to go, so may as well start explaining. So yes, today we're driving the famed Amtrak Empire Builder, which in real life goes from the Pacific Northwest all the way to Chicago. However, we will be driving it from Whitefish to Havre, because that's the extent of this route that we have here in Train Simulator Classic. And yes, you heard that right. We're going all the way to Havre. That is 5.5 hours away. So yes, this is going to be a very long live spec. Here's the full schedule. So we departed Whitefish. Our next stop is West Glacier. Then we have Essex, Glacier Park, Cut Bank, Shelby, and then Havre. I think that's how you say that. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's Havre or is it Harvard? I have no idea. I'm just gonna say how it's spelled, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna pause the game just a minute just to make sure the volume levels are good on these. 3-6, Glacier Park, Cut Bank, Shelby, and then released, and so I downloaded it, and now I'm doing this stream today to showcase it, because I think this thing is... Okay, yeah, volume levels are pretty good. Okay, I'm happy with that. Alright, let's keep going. You thought I would have tested this earlier, but... I was too lazy. Alrighty then. So yeah, Empire Builder, going from West Glacier all the way to Havre. So that's 252 miles left to go. And yes, I'm doing that all in this one live stream. I guess talk a little bit about why I'm doing this live stream. And yeah, you may have already noticed it, but yes, today we're driving the Amtrak ALC-42 locomotive, which was recently released for this game, courtesy of We Play Simulators. Development for this thing actually started back in December of last year, 2025. I did follow the development of this engine throughout that time. I believe the way they made this locomotive is that they got this model from Turbo Squid, some model, and the guy imported it into this game, and then he coded it to work, you know, with all the sounds and everything, and here it is. It's a decent add-on. I mean, it is a freeware add-on as well, so we have to pay anything to use it. But it's a nice add-on. It is free though, so, and it's also, you know, well yeah, it's a freeware add-on, so it's got some quirks. So for example, I noticed the fans don't spin on the top. That's a little bit unrealistic, and there's also no smoke blowing out of the top of the engine as well, which is a little bit, but also the cab here is taken from the ACS-64 locomotive. I mean, it is close enough to this engine, but that's supposed to work. Anyway, here is the horn. Horn is pretty good. I like the way the horn sounds. And yeah, we're driving the America 250 unit number 318 as the lead unit, and then we have a Phase 6 unit behind, because this is to make up what was actually referred as the perfect lash up. And we got a train map entirely of Phase 7 coaches, just for consistency, pretty much. Yeah. Alrighty. Alrighty, well I guess that's all the stuff figured out, so yeah, here we go. I hope this iPhone goes well, because I'm gonna be here for the next 5.5 to 6 hours doing this, so I hope you're ready for a very long stream indeed. It's starting here on a pretty fast part of the line, but get used to it, because, well, or maybe don't get used to it, because pretty soon we're going a lot slower than this. Alright, well, I guess that's all the familiarize way, so I guess I'm going to get into some more details. So yeah, like I said, this is the We Play Simulators ALC-42 add-on for Train Simulator Classic. Like I said, this is a freeware add-on, so you do not have to pay for it, although you do have to own the New York to New Haven route to use the cab. But that's the only third-party add-on, or third-party? No, it's not third-party. That's the only first-party add-on that you need to make this thing work properly. Otherwise, everything else just kind of works right out of the box. Like, you don't have to do much to make this thing work or anything. You just drag and drop it in, and it does its thing. And, but yeah, all you need for payware is the European route for the cab, and then that's it. I said blow the horn. Alright, what comes across this? I can do it again. That wasn't a very good point sequence, but it is what it is. Is that a train? Yes, it is! Our first air train of the day. How about it? Alrighty. Now, I'll talk more about this engine in a bit, but first I want to marvel the fact that we have an AI train. Yes! And that is the first of many trains that we're going to see today, so I hope you guys are excited. I got a pair of three of Gevos, and yep, pair of Gevos hauling an intermodal. Yeah. Gone for Seattle. How about it? And there she goes into distance. Alright. Not bit of frame drop, but oh well. Alright. But yeah, ALC-42 locomotive, like I said, courtesy of We Play Simulators. You do get multiple liveries with it, though. You get the... Well, of course, you get the Phase 7 livery, you get the Phase 7 Standard, and you also get the Phase 6 livery. And in case you're wondering, the Day 1 paint scheme is also included in this pack, but of course I don't have that in this scenario because... reasons. But you do get some of the other America... or the 250 special units, like you get the, you also get the US DOT unit, you get the, and you also get the Freedom 250 unit, but I decided to go with the America 250 unit because America 250. Yes. I've been having a... I haven't done too much with this locomotive yet. I've just been kind of testing it out, messing around with it, seeing how it works, and... yeah, it works pretty well. Like, I kind of wish the you know, it was a bit more realistic though, with like fans and stuff. This is a freeware add-on, so I guess you can't expect too much out of it. And again, I think the developer didn't even make this ball. Like I said, I think he just bought it off of Turbo Squid, some website where you get 3D models. And that's actually code is working this game, and then added all the sounds and all that jazz. So it's a pretty simple model. It's also not really that hardcore either. Like, it's not like a super realistic locomotive or anything where you have to spend half an hour setting the thing up. Nah, it's very much just plug it in and go. There's really not much to this locomotive, which is fine. I'm just happy to have this locomotive at all in this game. I'm not trying to put down this locomotive or anything. I mean, I'm happy it's here, but yeah. Basically what I'm saying is don't expect this to be like a study level locomotive. But the sounds are good at least. Again, I like the sounds of this thing. I guess that's the least I can ask for. I mean, the amount of times that developers put all this work in to make the engine as realistic as possible, and yet they mess up the sounds. You know, the sounds are not realistic. But at least with this, the sounds are pretty good. I don't have a problem with the sounds. Yeah. As for the coaches, well, we do have the freeware V-liner baggage coach, and we also have our superliners, which are the same old superliners that we've always had. Although, as you can see, I have all of them in the Phase 7 scheme as well. And you may be wondering why did I do that? Because this scenario actually does take place in current year, July 2026. Actually, current month as well. Um, but yeah, well, okay, what I mean by that is that, yeah, this takes place in current day, current month, and while there are some Phase 7 superliners already out there, it's pretty unlikely at this point for you to catch a superliner set which is entirely Phase 7 superliners. In fact, you're most likely to see a mix of both. We'll see a mix of Phase 7 and still see the Phase 4B superliners. So maybe wondering why doesn't make a train entirely of Phase 7. I did that mainly just for consistency and also just to see how it would look, because you know, we got. I mean, technically, the only Phase 6 thing on this console is the second locomotive, whereas everything else is in Phase 7. But I decided to make it all Phase 7, just to make it look more aesthetically pleasing. Yeah. Because actually, these Phase 7 coaches, these actually came in a reskin pack that was also recently released for this game, right around the same time as these locomotives actually. So I figured, well, since the ALC-42 locomotive is coming soon, I may as well also download the Phase 7 reskin pack for this game. Again, a more realistic concept would be a mix of Phase 7 and Phase 4 with the superliners, but again, I decided to go with entirely Phase 7 just to make it look more aesthetically pleasing. Alrighty then. So yeah, I got freeware locomotives. I tell you, yeah, this baggage car's freeware as well. The only thing payware here is the coaches. Although, actually, that's not strictly true, because actually these coaches are actually the ones included in the P42 anniversary pack that came out a few years ago. And I actually got that pack when it was free for the first week that it came out. So technically, this console's actually made up entirely of freeware stuff, which is cool. Although, technically it isn't, because like I said, the coaches are now payware. You can't get that pack for free anymore. Unless you were to pirate it. Although what's funny is that this reskin was actually originally made for the Empire Builder P42 add-on. However, I don't have that add-on, but I do have the superliners in the P42 packs. I figured I'm going to do some funky stuff, and I'm just going to make it so the Phase 7 reskins work for the P42 anniversary version of the superliner coaches. It was quite a process to get that to work, though. Like, I didn't realize this until I started making the reskins work, but specifically the Phase 4 versions of the P42 anniversary superliners are so stupid in terms of like the way the delivery is done. And it was a real faff to get them working, but I got there in the end. Yeah. I think it's also worth mentioning, though, some of these sounds are also from the ACS64 enhancement mod made by CTLS Girlfan, I think his name is, or Joseph Frank, as I know him. I don't know him personally, but I know his name. But yeah, some of the sounds from that pack are actually used on this, because to be fair, the ACS64 does share some similarities with the ALC-42, with them being both built by Siemens. Even if you look at the front, it does have some resemblance to the ACS64, actually. You know, with the headlights and the thing, and the windshield. Yeah. Man, they did a pretty good job with this thing, so I'm happy with it. Alrighty, so, I guess that's enough yapping about the train itself, then. I guess now I'm going to talk about the scenario that we're playing right now. So, I may have lost sight of this, actually. Well, okay, well, I may have lost sight of this. I'm going to say this now. So, this route I'm playing on is actually a 2-in-1 route. And what I mean is that this is actually a route which is a workshop route that merges two Steam Store routes into one. Those routes being the Marias Pass route from Whitefish to Shelby, or Shelby to Whitefish, whichever way you want to look at it, and also the Montana Highline route from Shelby to Havre. This route I'm playing on like I said, merges those two routes into one long route, and that's how we have the full 250-mile long route from Shelby to Havre. Oh, there's the crossing. There you go. So yeah, this is the Shelby to Havre, or not Shelby, yeah. Now, Shelby to Havre merged with the Rise Pass route from Shelby to Whitefish to create one super long 250-mile long route. Perfect for driving this train on, because at the end of the day, ALC stands for Amtrak's Long Distance Charger. So I figured it was only appropriate to lean into the long distance nature of this locomotive and play on the longest route that I could find, which is suitable for this locomotive and this consist. Worth mentioning, though, this is actually the third time on the channel I'm playing on the Marias Pass route between Shelby and Whitefish. I've done 2 previous live streams on this route, actually. I did one stream... Apologies for that. Mom was doing some weird stuff. I did... my first time I did... It's a pretty view, actually. Look at that. Oh, it's so cool. First time I played this route was when I streamed this route on, in December of January of 2019. I can't get my brain on straight. And regularly the Marias Pass route goes for $20 these days. Or is it these days? Or they discount even more? I'm not too sure. But it was $20 retail, or $20 full price when I got it, although I technically got this actually on during a sale. It was available for a 75% discount. So I actually got this route for a $5, which is pretty cool. And shortly thereafter, I played the route on the stream where I drove the route from Shelby to Whitefish. I then did the second live stream on this route the other way. A couple years later in 2021, when I drove the Amtrak ALC-42 locomotive on this route the other way. And now I'm playing this route for a third time on this channel. Oh, it's the first time in 5 years, so yeah, there you go. Although things are a bit different this time, because the first 2 times I played this route here on the channel, those were actually in a free roam scenario that I just slapped together just to do a live stream. But for this stream, I've done things a little bit differently because what I'm doing here is I'm playing a scenario that I made myself, except I actually put a lot more effort into this scenario. In fact, I have actually been working on this scenario now for the past few weeks at this point, and it was only just yesterday I ran the final tests of the scenario. And because of this, I actually had to postpone this live stream a little bit. I was actually going to do this live stream last Thursday on the 17th, but then I postponed it to this week because I just didn't have otherwise I wouldn't have had enough time to finish this scenario. I was then going to do this live stream yesterday as well, but then I didn't, because the day before that, on Tuesday, I was finishing up this scenario, and then there was a glitch I ran into, and I had to spend 4 hours trying to figure out what the glitch was and fix it. Thankfully, I have now, so that glitch is gone now, and the scenario should function the way that it's supposed to. I've also put in a bunch of AI trains, not too many, but a decent amount of AI trains. In fact, we saw the first AI train earlier in the stream just a little bit ago. That was the intermodal train. But that's only the 1st of May that we're going to see today, so get excited. Yeah. And I should say, though, all of them are going to be BNSF trains, because this is a BNSF route. Yeah. Alright. Well, we're already about to arrive at our first stations of the day, West Glacier. The first stations are pretty close to there, actually. Yeah, like we have this, West Glacier, and then we have another half an hour at Essex, but then we have a while to get to Glacier Park, so that'll be interesting. Actually, we have a decent speed here as well, which is interesting. Yeah. So yeah, third time I'm playing this route, or the Shelby to Whitefish section, or Whitefish Shelby section here on the channel. Although I still get to drive on the section from Shelby to Havre, because I only recently powered that route, so I could use it for this stream. today. I did do some surveying of that part of the route though, and from what I can tell, everything seems to be working properly, so there shouldn't be any glitches or anything like that. I hope. And yeah, I rigorously tested the scenario, so there should not be any issues of the sort, I hope. And I swear if I do run into anything else, I am going to have a breakdown, because I have spent so much time just debugging this scenario, making sure everything works properly, because this game is such a pain to work with. And I am so happy to be done. Well, I hope I'm done making this scenario. Well, I hope it's done, because I'm doing this live stream now. I wouldn't be doing this live stream today if this scenario wasn't finished. So, hope everything works fine, and then that'll be it. Well, I might do some stuff with the scenario after this live stream, but I'll do that whenever I feel like it. But yeah, it was a real pain to do all the debugging and stuff like that. I mean, I enjoyed the process of putting down like all the AI train and stuff like that. That part was fun, but the one so fun was doing all the testing and making sure that everything works correctly, and then having to make some compromise here and there as well to make everything function right. Because I had a couple smaller ideas for this scenario that I couldn't do because of the game being stupid. So that's a bit annoying, but oh well. Free water. Oh, I think it's because of the reflection. Oh well. But yeah, it was a real pain to get this scenario set up and working, but we got there in the end. I call that a win. Alright. Okay, just look at the constants as well once we get to West Glacier, because we'll be there for a few minutes. In case you're wondering, this timetable does follow the real-life Amtrak Empire Builder as it is in 2026. The only downside to this is that we're going to be in Shelby for a long time. In fact, I know that the arrival is 11:20, but we're actually going to get there way before that, so we're going to be sitting in Shelby for a while, but it is what it is. But just to make this actually a little more realistic, I'm not going to use the fast forward feature at all. I'm going to let the scenario play out in real time. Yeah. Oh well. I will probably be taking bathroom breaks in this scenario. Actually, one of the upsides of the long wait to the station is that you can have time to go to the bathroom after to pause the game. Yeah. Alrighty. And there's Whitefish. Actually, 60 miles per hour, which is actually a pretty decent speed. Oh, there we go, 45. Alright, well, yeah, enjoy the speed for now. Although once we get through the Morass Pass itself, though, like once we get past, what is it, East Glacier? No, Glacier Park. Yeah, once we get somewhere between Glacier Park and Cud Bank, we're gonna be able to go a lot faster for I think the whole rest of this scenario. I think I'm not familiar at all though with the Shelby to Havre section though, so we'll see. I did look at the map though; and it looks pretty straight with some curves here and there, so we should be going at decent speed for that section of the scenario. But we'll see, because again, I haven't driven that part of the route yet. And in fact, I haven't actually driven this part of the route either in a long time, so I'm not too familiar with this part. So, yeah. Alright, just start slowing down here. I might as well throw that at a time because... Also, the brakes are quite powerful on this thing. I don't know if that's realistic. Well, if that's just how the developer did it. The brakes seem overpowered, but then hang on. Yeah, hang on. So when you go to get into graduate self-lap limited, it kind of... Or maybe not. Okay, never mind. Alrighty, welcome to West Glacier, the first stop for today. This is a road. In case you're wondering, yes, I am playing with the Armstrong Prowess Sky Mode that has it back installed. And actually, one thing I'm looking forward to is seeing how how everything sort of transitions. Like, I'm curious to see, because right now it's early in the morning. It's 7:53 in the morning in this game. So I'm curious to see how the game is gonna transform in terms of daytime stuff between now and when we get to the end of the scenario. So that's a high-level platform. Why? I guess for the baggage car? Alright, sure. Okay. Come on. There we go. Oh. I will do it. And there we go. Our first stop of the day. Alright, cool. I'll give you the opportunity to give you a better look at the road stocks. So here's the baggage car, of course. This is the freeware baggage segment jig with the Phase 7 paint job. And of course, we have the entirety of the train in Phase 7 as well. We got our first class sleepers in red, got the diner, coach class cars, the lounge, and then the last few coaches, which is the section of the train that goes, came from Portland. Because, in case you didn't know, the Amtrak Empire Builder is actually one of 2 Amtrak trains where they actually split the train in half. Well, there's the Amtrak sign there. Just saying, this is an Amtrak station. This is one of 2 Amtrak trains where they actually split the train in half on a section of the route, the other being the Lakeshore Limited. So the way that this train works is that it departs Chicago, and it gets to Spokane, Washington. And when it gets to that point, they split the train in half, and then the front half of the train, like the first 7 or 8 coaches or whatever, go to Seattle, and then the last few coaches of the train go to Portland, Oregon. And they do the same thing in reverse. The 2 trains depart from their respective locations, and then they get to Spokane, where they combine the 2 trains together, and then the train goes like this, as we're driving it right now, all the way to Chicago. Yeah. This section of the route, though, covers the Empire from Whitefish to Havre, where the train just kind of stays stagnant. There's no fancy movings on this part of the journey, but there's not supposed to be. And in case you're wondering, the Amtrak, I rock up the Amtrak Lakeshore Limited that departs from Chicago also splits the train in half. The only difference is that it does in the other part of the country. So the Lakeshore Limited departs Chicago, and then it gets to Albany, New York, and then they split the train in 2, and then one part of the train goes down the Empire Corridor to New York City, and then the other few coaches go to Boston. And then vice versa. 2 trains depart their respective locations to meet up in Albany as well at the same time, and they combine the 2 trains together, and then continue the way to Chicago. Alrighty, doors closed. Onwards to Essex. Now we're mainly going to a 45 because, of course, we are. Although I say, of course, we are, I'm not too surprised. I mean, yeah. But maybe you prefer that. Maybe you prefer going slow because let's give you an opportunity to admire the scenery. By the way, does Montana count as part of the Pacific Northwest, or is it just the Midwest? I'm not too sure. Maybe I should have looked that up. Oh well, or maybe someone can correct me in the comments. Alright, yeah, next up is another half an hour, well, close to 35-minute drive to get there. I will say this though, this is the first ever time I'm actually doing a proper scenario on this route where I'm stopping at all the stations and stuff. Because even when I did the STV-40 flash, I just blasted all the stations. I just went from Selby all the way to, or I actually went from Whitefish to Selby, non-stop. But this time, we're going to stop at all the stations. Because ultimately, that's the point of these Amtrak long distance trains. Because, you know, some might say, "Oh, but the airlines exist and it's so much faster. Why would you take Amtrak instead of flying? Because that's so much faster." Well, for one, because Amtrak is just more comfortable. But for another, well, there actually is a practical reason. So, someone actually made a good point about this. Someone actually brought up the Amtrak Floridian, which is also a really long service going from Chicago all the way to Miami, Florida. And so I was like, oh, but it's so silly to run that train such a long way. Why did they just run the train from, you know, why did they run the train such a long distance? And someone actually made up a good point. Actually, we may know, I think it was Alan Fish who made that point. And he said that, well, the point of these long distance trains is to serve the towns between the big cities. Like, yeah, technically this train that we're driving now goes from Seattle and Portland to Chicago. And yes, while it is possible to fly between those two major cities, what if you live somewhere in between those two cities? Well, how many airports are there in this part of the country? I mean, look at where we're at. Like we're basically in the middle of nowhere right now. Like there's no major cities for miles, you know. But that's why this train exists. You know, this way people who live in this part of the country can take the train all the way to the big city. And that's how it works. That's why we need the Amtrak long distance trains, despite how unprofitable and how poor their on-time performance is. There's still a customer base for these trains. And that's the reason why Amtrak just can't be privatized, because, you know, unfortunately, yeah, if you privatize Amtrak, all the long-distance trains would be gone. Like that'll be the end of it for the long-distance train. The only trains that'll be left will be all the state-supported routes. So, yeah. And even some people say, oh, but privatization... No. No, privatization of passenger rail never works. Like, the only country that's done it kind of successfully is Japan. And I know technically Brightline exists, except Brightline is having all these financial troubles, so very well possible Brightline could become government-owned in the future. But we'll see how that turns out. Anyways, you may notice I'm yapping a lot. Dude, I'm gonna be here for the next 5 hours. Okay, so I better find stuff to yap about. In fact, what time is it? It's 8 o'clock. I have to remind myself how long I'm gonna be here for, by the way. But no, I shall commit. If I get bored, then I'm going to have to suffer through this. I am not going to stop this live stream at some point and continue with it. Nope, I am doing all this stream. I'm doing all this today. I shall commit. I hope. Yeah, I got some allergies though. I will be taking care of myself though, don't worry. Like, I think at each station stop, I'm going to take a few minutes to use the bathroom, get some water. Like, I'm not going to put myself on the brink of death or anything like that. I am going to be taking care of myself throughout this live stream. I shouldn't have to eat anything though. It's not that long. I had a decent sized lunch earlier today, and should be all set until tonight when I'm finished with this stream. Alright, we should also see another air train, maybe two of them even before we reach Essex. Because there are some double track sections on this route that we're going to get to. And I'm going to be riding in the third person view as well for pretty much this entire journey. Okay, not the entire, but most of it. Unless we go into a tunnel, then I will go into the cab. Oh, tunnels are actually in this section of the route. He was about to enter another tunnel. This is pretty relaxing, though, I'll admit. You know, my favorite kind of trains are, you know, high-speed trains, but I guess it is a nice change of pace to have something a bit slower, but at least in this part, you know, you got nice, pretty scenery to look at, you know. Because this is actually one of the older routes here in Transfer College. I mean, it's not ancient or anything. But yeah, the Moraes Pass routes from Shelby to Whitefish was released in 2014. And then the Shelby to Havre section was released in 2019. So that was a bit newer. But despite this route's age, it does still hold up pretty well, I think. I hope you can hear my mouse clicks. Yeah, my other mouse failed, and because I'm financially tight at the moment, I had to settle for a cheap $8 mouse that I bought from Walmart. It does the job though. In case you're wondering though, the previous mouse I used, actually, I'll use the arrow keys. Those are a bit quieter to move the camera around. Oh, hello, Close Interactive. Welcome. That frame makes my intel. Alright, yeah. What are we running at, by the way? Oh, 38. That's not amazing, but I guess it's good enough. Yeah. I'm actually playing this on a really beefy machine. In fact, I'd say the computer that I have is twice the amount of power you need to run this game. But, no, the reason why the frame rate isn't that good is because the game just sucks. Yeah. I mean, 30 FPS is fine, I suppose. I mean, for a game as ancient as this, I guess you can't ask for much more. It is possible to make the frame rate even higher than this, but that would require taking out a lot of the scenery and stuff, but I don't want to do that. Because then it would look ugly. Actually, no, I don't even think I even have the highest graphics settings, though, turned on, because, again, the game is just so optimized, you know. Look at this, by the way. I forgot how nice this route looked, even despite its age. Let's see, I get 1220 with 20GB RAM, and, of course, with the integrated graph. Oh, okay. We're now to 2045 percent. Yeah, we're actually 2 minutes ahead of schedule right now, getting to S6, so... Yeah. If you're up there early enough, I might use that opportunity to take a quick bathroom break. Okay, we're actually about to go through a junction. Yep. Is that a red, by the way? It's green. It should be green. And like I said, I made this scenario, by the way, so I should know how everything works. Unless the game decides to surprise me or something, but it shouldn't. But who knows? This is train sim. Anyway. Yeah. You know, I'm going to talk about why this game sucks. So, as we know, this game is ancient software. I mean, technically this game can trace all the way back to 2007 with the first version of Rail Simulator. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of that, but yeah, Rail Simulator was back in 2007. And then this game releases Railworks in 2009. That's actually still the platform that we're still playing on all these years later. And that was released in 2009. I mean, the game has had some performance improvements over the years, like in 2019, or no, 2018 they introduced 64-bit. But no, then the part that annoys me was in the early 2020s when they attempted to update the game engine, right? Does anyone know when they released the experimental DirectX 12 version of this game? Yeah, that was Delta's attempt to try to update the game to make it run better on modern hardware. And I don't know. But no, the part that upsets me even more about that is the fact that they didn't even finish the job. Like, that part annoys me the most, because they released a couple versions of this game with the updated engine, and then at some point last year, I think they confirmed that they're not going to be doing any more work to this game anymore, or no more to the core, which is a shame because one thing that they mentioned was that they mentioned retiring the 32-bit version of this game because 32-bit is ancient. And I was really hoping that they were going to make the DirectX 12 version work, but no, they didn't. The 32-bit version is still playable. Well, I mean, as in you can still launch it and you can use it, but should you play it on that? Absolutely not. What else? But no, I was really hoping to switch over to the experimental DirectX 12 version of this game, but no, that version is broken. But then Delta aren't even going to bother fixing it. It's so annoying. It almost makes me wonder why they even bother trying to update this game and make it run better. I mean, when I say run better, I've seen mixed results from people. Some people have said that the frame rate is better since the update, but personally, I haven't noticed any difference in the performance of this game ever since they updated the core of it. Which leads me to believe, or at least me to ask, what did they even do? Like, what does Bro even do? You know? It is such a shame. So I'm going to use the air brakes for this. Hey, there we go, second train of the day. That is a grain train with a trio of dash 9s. Yes. Alright. Grain train. Very long one as well. How fast is he going, by the way? He's going faster than me, actually. Oh, well. And there he goes. Yeah. Alright. And all things considered, I doubt Delta are even going to bother with this game anymore at all. Like, it's clear to me that the priority is Train Sim Worlds. You know? Which makes enough sense. You know what's funny? I was watching an old episode of the Train Sim News Show by Maverick Hunter Daniel. Really old episode, actually, from 2015. And he did a video called the Top 10 Train Simulator 2016 Myths Debunked. And it's funny, one of those myths actually mentioned the, well, it didn't mention the Train Sim World, but one of the myths did mention the Unreal 4 Next Generation Train Simulator, which of course would become to know as Train Sim Worlds. And the funny thing is that one of the myths was that once Train Sim Worlds, aka the Unreal 4 version, released, Dovetail Games would stop making add-ons for Train Simulator Classic, this game. And what's funny is that at first, they did actually stick to their answer, and they did continue making add-ons for this game for a good few years, even after the release of Train Sim World. Like, Train Sim World released in early 2017, or at least that was the first. Stable version. Technically, we got a beta version of Train Sim World in late 2016. But no, like I said, February 2017, where it was, it was February or March, I don't know. But early 2017 was the first ever stable public release of Train Sim World. And despite that, Dovetail did continue to make add-ons for this game for a good number of years, actually. And it wasn't until some point in the early 2020s that they did stop fully, although it's a bit weird. So they continued making ads for Train Simulator Classic, but not really, because as the years went on, the releases for this game from Dovetail Games did start to slow down. Like, Dovetail would used to pump out add-on after add-on for this game, but then as time went on, as Train Sim World began to get more and more attention, this game started to get less and less attention, and so because of that, Dovetail did start to slow down their add-on output for this game. And as time went on, they released less and less content for this game. And at some point in early 2023, Dovetail actually released their last ever add-on for this game, and they have not released anything else for this game since. I think actually the last ever route they released was that Pizzigtalbahn route that they released in early 2023, that German route. That was the last ever Dovetail route that was ever released for this game. And the only item they released after that was that 15th anniversary scenario pack that they did, as well as the real subscription. And that was it. Dovetail never released anything for this game again. Although saying that, they did mention some Dutch route they were working on, though, with some third-party developer, although that was a year ago. And who knows whenever that's coming, so yeah. Who knows? Who knows if it's coming? In fact, I'm not even sure if they're even gonna bother with the yearly game update this year. Because you know what happened last year? It was the weirdest thing ever. They announced the latest version of this game in May of 2025. And I was expecting the update to this game to release soon after. That's the version that we have now, which has the China mainline, that Norfolk Southern route, and then that German route. I forget the name of it. It's the three routes that you get with this game right now, as if I'm doing the flash stream. Yeah. So, but that version of this game was announced in May of 2025, and then it was released in October. Yeah, which I found to be so weird, because basically in that time, we went from knowing nothing about Train Sim World 6 to Train Sim World 6 releasing. That was weird. And so far, there hasn't been anything on any more game updates for this game, so I don't know. We'll see. I mean, do I care if there are any more game updates? Not really. I mean, unless they're gonna fix performance-related things, I don't care. Yeah, that's basically my current stance. Unless they're gonna do some performance improvements in whatever update comes out for this game in the future, I do not care what they do with this game. Like, if they want to do some base content change thing again, I don't care, because I won't be getting it. Oh well. Well, this one well lasted, but yeah, it's clear that the priority now is Train Sim World. And you know what? Since no one's saying anything in the chat for the moment, I guess I'm gonna segue into talking about Train Sim World. So, I haven't been able to discuss the elephants in the room yet, oddly enough. I did do a Train Sim World video earlier this month, but it was a really short video, so I couldn't say much about anything. But to this live stream, meanwhile, is going to be another 5 hours or so. Give or take. So, you know what? I think now is as good a time as ever to discuss Train Sim World 7. Yes, so I mean, it hasn't been confirmed that's coming yet, but we all know it's going to happen. Yeah, so, you know, I'm not talking about Train Sim 7 because I don't know what else to say right now. So, that's, I thought that was a little bit weird because, actually, I'm going to do a flyby because I haven't done one yet in this thing. There we go, first flyby of the last stream. I'll do more later, don't worry. We got a long way to go, so yeah. Anyway, I'll talk a little bit about Train Sim. So, I found the announcement of the Dovetail Direct to be a bit weird this year. So, for context, back in 2024, leading up to the announcement of Train Sim 5, they had the July roadmap. And when that roadmap came out, they announced 6 new pieces of content to be revealed during the 2024 Dovetail Direct. So they announced that. And then those 6 new pieces of content turned out to be the stuff that was revealed during the Ticket reveal show. And then they went a step further last year, where they announced Train Sim World 6 a whole 2 months-ish before Train Sim 6 was properly announced during the 2026 or 2025 Dovetail Direct. Like for the July roadmap, they said, "Oh yeah, Train Sim 6 is coming. It's gonna have the free starter pack. It's gonna be on these consoles and all that good stuff." So that was what they did for the July 2025 roadmap. And of course, Train Sim 6 was revealed properly. They talked about all the new content, new features, and all that good stuff. But for this year, they haven't said anything. All they've said, as of this point of when I'm doing this live stream, is Dovetail Direct happening on April 25th. That's it. No mention of Train Sim World 7. No mention of anything that's going to happen in the Dovetail Direct. Nothing. That's all they've said. Dovetail Direct show is happening. That's it. So, yeah, they're staying extra quiet this year about Train Sim 7 this time, so I guess we have to wait all the way to the Dovetail Direct, which is now a month away, to find out all the stuff about Train Sim 7 and beyond. Yeah. So, we'll see what happens. Will I watch the Dovetail Direct stream? Obviously. Will I do another live stream talking about everything to do with it? Obviously. Yeah. In case you're wondering, yes, I will be doing a talk show talking about everything that will be revealed in this year's Dovetail Direct show, which I am very much looking forward to. I'm about to approach another tunnel. How about it? I do really like the interior sounds though, but I'm gonna stay in the exterior because I like to look at the scenery. We're actually not going that slow, to be fair. 50 miles per hour, that's a pretty decent speed. I think there is going to be a 30-mile-an-hour section, though, which will last a while, but we'll see. Well, let's look at this ravine. Not so much of a ravine. Oh, well. Anyway, yeah, regarding Train Sim 7, yeah, I haven't really know anything about it, but I can already predict what's going to happen. Train Sim 7 is going to be 3 new routes, one which will be American, one which will be British. As for the other route, though, I do wonder if it's going to be another German route or if they can go with a different part of Europe, because someone actually made a prediction for Train Sim 6 that the route that would be set in Europe would not be a German route and was in fact going to be another Dutch route. So, now with this being said, I have another feeling. I have a feeling actually that Delta are going to go with another route that's not based in Germany, like they did for Transworld 4, when they had an Austrian route as one of the base routes. Because the thing is that like there are so many German routes now in Train Sim World. It's like, how many more can you do before you've done basically the entire German network? Maybe I'm stupid. I don't know. I'll be honest. My knowledge of the German railway network isn't that much. I'll be honest. But no, it's because they've already done so many German routes to date. It's like, what else can they do? I don't know. I guess we'll see. Because it's funny, the last route that we got, like the Go Traceable 6, was actually an extension of a route that we already had in the game. Which was nice. Although the route itself was pretty mid, all things considered. So, we'll see. We'll see what they do. Although I do have an idea of what they might do for the British route, so... Somebody actually, mentioned Southwestern Railway, because, yeah, because there was an article about the updated, or the upcoming Richmond extension for the North London line. And they actually mentioned in that article that there will be a Southwestern Railway Class 350, which is posing Southwestern Railway Class 450. And someone actually came up with the idea and was like, hang on. Could that mean Southwestern Railway could come to Train Sim World as a core route for Train Sim World 7? Maybe. I guess the question is, what route could they do? Because it probably won't be the Portsmouth direct line from London Waterloo to Portsmouth, because that's just too long for Train Sim World. And, you know, as much as it would be cool to have that route in the game, let's face it, they won't do it. But they probably will. You know what? Another route that they might do might be the Southampton to Bournemouth route, which is a route that we have here in Train Sim Classic. That route's a lot shorter and a lot more basic, so that route could make it a Train Sim World. Although I wish they would do London Waterloo, so maybe they will. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Or maybe they'll do a completely different route for Southwestern Railway. Or they might not even do Southwestern Railway at all. It's something completely different from Train Sim World 7. We shall see. Alright, approaching Essex. Our second stop. And after that, we have an hour to get to Glacier Park. Oh well. It's control, not shift. Yeah. Me being an American, though, I can make a few predictions on what they could do for the U.S. route, so... I have a few safe predictions and maybe a few more risky predictions. So as far as my safe bets, I have a feeling we might get the Hudson line from Grand Central Terminal and New York Penn to Croton Harmon. So, which is another route that was also made for Train Sim Classic. I think that's a route that they could do, but it's not very long. They already have the M7 in the game. All they really need to do is make the P32 in both Amtrak Empire Service Delivery and also Metro North Delivery, and then pair the Metro North one with the Shoreliner coaches. And then what you could do beyond that is you could have the SCV-42 locomotive, or the Charger, or whatever it is. It's the Charger that Metro North uses. You could have that as a deluxe loco. Also, what is this? This is a big open field. Huh. Makes me wonder what they're doing here. Oh, that's a cool shot. Look at that. See the train sneaking around the curve. Yeah. But yeah, Croton Harmon Croton Harmon down to New York. That's my first prediction. My next prediction is the Hartford line from New Haven Union to Springfield, Mass. For that, they could do the P42 add-on. I just want to save my progress in the game just in case the game crashes. That could be the P42 with the Amtrak coaches, and they could also add in the P40 CT rail with the McPherson coaches. I've already got the Amtrak and the Keystone cab car, so they could just do the Hartford line service and regional trains as well. That would work. And maybe they could use that Jeep locomotive that Seatsville has as well as like a deluxe engine. So that could be possible. And my third safe bet is a MBTA route. Yes, I'm thinking they might do another MBTA route, but they might do a north side line this time because they have two south lines, being the Providence-Stoughton line and the Framingham-Worcester line. So I'm thinking that if they do another MBTA route, it's going to be a north side route, which will go from Boston North Station. And I'm going to say they're going to do the Haverhill line, because that's also where the Amtrak Downeaster runs. Although that would also mean... Actually, no, they could do that as like a... Yeah, you know what? No, you know what they could do? Actually, I feel that's what they could do for the deluxe locomotive. They could... they could do the, They could add in, let's say, the GP40MC as like a new to the route locomotive. Mix that in with all the other MBT rules like they already have in the game. You know, like they also throw in the F40 and the HP46. And then they could have the Amtrak Downeaster as a separately sold add-on with the P42 locomotive and the F40 cabbage unit, which they could use the F40 to make into maybe. Yeah. Alright, Protein S6, we should come across another train just a little bit here. Oh yeah, S is also really tiny, so you have to make sure you stop in just the right place, or else you won't line up the process correctly. So this will be fun. Yay. Now, as far as what I think is a more risky bet... Oh, hang on. There's a train coming. Yay! Is he moving? Alright, he's going very slow. Fair enough. Should have SCB... Or no, SC-70 Aces with a manifest. How about it? Guys, we're about to arrive in X6. Yeah. Wait, why is it going on this track? I'm not sure that's pro-typical, but nothing I can do about that now, obviously. Oh, well. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be on the middle line, but you can go on that route for some reason. I guess I should have checked that. Oh, well. We'll say the middle track is out of action for some reason. And there he goes. If you notice, there's some stuff over here in SHR as well that I put down just for the heck of it. Alright, station. Now arriving in Essex. I gotta make sure I stop in just the right place, because the station platform here is really short. So I need to make sure I stop in the right place to unload the passengers and get this objective complete. On the brakes. Oh, don't stop yet. Also, why is the platform so far away from the track? Is that realistic? Or is that a Dovetail Games moment? gonna stop. I'll do. Alright, cool. That's 6. A tiny little station in the middle of nowhere. I swear there are people here. How do you even get here? I suppose there's a road over here. Oh, I see. There's a road and there's a path to get to the... Okay. Okay, well, since we're stopped, I am gonna take this opportunity to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back. I'm just gonna mute my microphone here so you can't hear what's in the other room. Okay, I am back. Anything in Discord, by the way? No. Okay. I don't know, I'm coughing. I'm drinking water to lubricate my throat, but I think that made my allergies have something to do with it. Yes, we killed the perfect last, but look at how the front of the train starts, and then it sort of goes into this blue, and then the blue fades over the engine of the Policero locomotive, or Policero logo, which harkens back to the olden days of Amtrak. Yes! And then we have all the Phase 7 coaches, because I like Phase 7. And Sight Lady Lounge as well. Yep. All the good stuff. Yeah. I even got the markings on the side of the coach as well. You have this red for first class. You have green for coach. Yeah. Alright, we're about to leave pretty soon, so get on with it. And, yep, good thing I took a pee break because the next stop is an hour away. Whoop-de-doo. Okay. Glacier Park is next. I have my cap on my water ball. Oh, hey, it's this section. I remember this. Alright, it's like a rock protector, so in case there's any landslides, it won't mess up the track. Look at that. Bit more power. Yeah, just in case any rocks fall down, they can go onto the roof and not break the track or disrupt the traffic. Which is what you want. Yeah. There was a road over there as well. How about it? Oh, you see the train from here. Look at that. Yeah. Look how pretty this route is. To be fair, this route was released in the era when Delta moved on from using the default Kuju assets. Oh, I just realized something. Glacier Park is 28 miles away, and yeah, it's gonna take us an hour to get there. I know why that is. I hope you guys are ready for it. Yeah, Glacier Park, that's a 28... Yeah, I know why. It's because we're gonna be going through a bunch of slow curves. So yeah, enjoy the scenery. As far as the daytime transition, though, I noticed the shell's getting a bit smaller. Hello there, cool server. Where's Blue Japanese Train says Yomoda? He's not here today. Which is probably for the best. I might find the Blue Japanese Train somewhere in this scenario, but no. I want this to be realistic. Yeah. Realism. Yeah, 30 miles per hour. Oh, yeah. Yep. This is gonna take a while. Actually, I can give you a preview of it. Where's our train? Oh, yeah, look at how bendy this is. It does straighten out as we go along here, though, so... Whoop. Almost missed the thing. Let me check the stream health, by the way, to make sure everything is good, by the way. Everything seems to be pretty good, I suppose, so, yeah, I hope. I really hope this goes well, because, again, this is going to take me 5.5 to 6 hours to do this. And if I have to end up doing this whole lesson over again because something went wrong, I'm going to be very mad. I don't think so. Only reason, I know I'm a little bit skeptical about all this. It's just that I've done streams in the past where things went wrong and I didn't even realize it went wrong until after the stream. I mean, most of my streams go fine, but there's still like a small part of me that's like, yo, mother. Okay, oops, I should slow down for the 30. There we go. Then break for the win. Yeah. So yeah, we're not going slow. Yeah, can I look at? I want to look at the. There you go. Sightseer Lounge. California Zephyr. That's not what this service is. Oh, speeding. You know, does any of the California Zephyr route exist in this game besides the racetrack route? I have no idea. I feel like Blue Rosebud gets the Blue Japanese train to say Yoboda. Yes. Well, that is the specialty of the Blue Japanese train. Yeah, I like that. 26 miles. So about the same distance as it took to get to the other stations, but like I said, it's going to take us another, not an hour, but another 45 or so minutes to get there. That's part of the route so much slower. Oh, you know what? Speaking of Japanese trains, that's just reminded me of the Tadami line debacle in going with Train Smooth at the moment. Ironically, the Tadami line was supposed to release today, but it hasn't because I guess they found some bugs during QA testing and now postponed the route to an unknown release date. So good job. This bridge is cool. I like bridges. I should get it from this angle. Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. This looks like something straight out of a magazine. Does this not look like one of those pictures you'd see like an Amtrak magazine from like, you know, years ago? I mean, what more do you want for an advertisement for Amtrak's long distance trains? Look how pretty this looks. That's another. That's a road bridge. Let's put a bit of power showing up quite a bit. And we got a while. I got to Glacier Park, so I'm not gonna rush it. But, yeah, is this part of the route that I'm? It is. Oh yeah. Okay. I know we're a bit slow here, but like I said, the arrival time at Glacier Park is 9:34, and the ETA is 9:29, so we're a whole 5 minutes ahead of schedule, so we're fine. Man, I forgot how nice this route looks, though, in terms of the scenery. I mean, look at this. You know what's funny? I just don't ever drive this route in my own spare time. Ever, actually. Like, it's kind of sad. The only ever... Like, I paid for this route, $5, and the only ever times I've driven this route is on the live stream. Both of which I did on my older computer, so the quality of those streams is bad. Yeah. And, you know, that's another real upside to taking these Amtrak long-distance trains. Like, it just, like, taking these trains just allows you to just see America in a way that you've never seen it before. Oh, yeah. 5! I love that joke, by the way. We make that joke all the time, actually, in my group calls. I do. Well, I specifically make that joke, actually. And by the way, I don't think I've ever actually answered this question, but yeah, it was actually a YouTuber by the name of Kamikaze Games who originally said 5. And the main question was, I think it was darts, and it was an episode of his Flat Out 2 series, I think it was. I forget the exact title of the video, but yeah, something darts, Flat Out 2, or Flat Out from Kamikaze Games. There's another protector of rocks, or a protector of track, and protects the tracks from the rocks. And there's a little rip. Oh, that's a tunnel. No, that's a thing. Okay, never mind. Okay, something I forgot to mention earlier, but I just mentioned now, is actually the history of the Amtrak Empire Builder. So the Empire Builder was actually the first service to, of which was pulled by the ALC-42 locomotives, because the Empire Builder, from what I found out from a, I forget which video I watched, but from some video I watched, they actually mentioned that the Amtrak Empire Builder is actually the most challenging long-distance route the Amtrak runs. Like, imagine what it's like during the wintertime when there's a lot of snow and everything, you know. Oh, we all know how these charges used to deal with snow, yeah. All the issues that these things had with the snow ingestion, which thankfully have been resolved. But no, they put these locomotives on this route to really, you know, hammer them in and figure out, like, where the limits were with these locomotives. And from what I know, it didn't actually go that well at first, all things considered. It took a while to iron out all the problems, but I think at least now, at this point in 2026, it seems the ALC-42s are now about as reliable as they can get, which is good. Guys, keep in mind, these trains travel through the middle of nowhere. Like, if they break down out here, you might be waiting a really long time to be rescued. Because Apparently, it still happens occasionally. Okay, I mean, okay, did it occasionally? Okay, I don't know. It happened a while ago where some train was stranded for so many hours. Which is, I don't know. Which I don't really know why these trains would be stranded for so long. I mean, isn't the whole point, though, is that, you know, like, doesn't Amtrak have like a deal with like the freight railroads where if an Amtrak train blows up, then a freight railroad will send up one of their locomotives to rescue the stranded Amtrak train and take it the rest of the way. Like, imagine if this train blew up right now. I mean, it won't, but imagine if it did. You would see a BNSF locomotive on the front, probably all the way to Chicago. And BNSF does operate out of Chicago, so that would be feasible. Actually, I did some research when I put down the AI trains into the scenario, and yeah, there are trains that go from Chicago all the way to the northwest. So. I'm pressing about it part of that 6. I'll do that now. Just keep the game crash out to restart the whole scenario from the beginning again, because I am not doing that. No, thank you. Especially we're already. Yeah, we started this at 7:54 or 7:24 in game time. It's already 8:50. So we're already almost an hour and a half into this scenario, and we still have. Is it 3 or 4 hours left to go? I can't do mental math. Yeah, my mental math skills are non-existent. I cannot do mental math to save my life. I have to use a calculator for everything. Dude, how is Glacier Park so close yet so far? Oh, of course, I take another P as well. Well, I can't do it now because I'm currently driving. I was gonna hold 40 minutes to get to Glacier Park, so yeah, I'm gonna have to pause the game and run to the bathroom real quick. So we have an hour to get to Glacier Park, another hour to get to Cut Bank. Okay. Another rock thingy-majiggy. And I'm being chased by a Class 6 always got triggered by number 5, but oh, good job. By the way, should we see another AI train sometime soon? I guess now is the opportunity to talk about what was going on earlier today, actually, because I almost thought I was going to have to postpone the live stream again. This time because of something out of my control completely. So, I was taking my shower I won't say this morning, early afternoon, because I got up at like 1 o'clock. Because my hair was itchy, so I was like, okay, I'm going to take a shower today. And as I was in the shower, maintenance decided to show up. Yeah, because apparently the water is leaking into the downstairs apartment. So they came and told us about it. And then they said they were going to come by here later. Which, as far as I know, they haven't. So that was a lie. And it's funny, I then called up the maintenance guys who maintain our apartments. The guy said he was going to call me back in 20 minutes. Which he didn't. He still hasn't called me back, and at this point, well, I'm not gonna take his call back anyway because I'm streaming. So, what a kerfuffle that is. Ooh, what's this? Some sort of I don't know what this is. Oh, is that the train? It is. Yes. Alright, cool. We're about to encounter our... fourth air train of the day. As we're speeding. We're even gonna encounter him as he's also in the protector thingy. I believe that's another trio of Gevos. Hello, sir. Hello, stack train. Yeah, for some reason there's no engine sounds from the locomotives. Well, there are, but they're very quiet for some reason. I don't know why that is. And there you go. Another intermodal train. Whitefish, the U.S. Navy thingamajig. Oh, good job. I was on the wall here. Mountains this side this time. Oh, look how big this valley is. Holy moly. There's like a big valley. And we're all the way up here. I can see the stack train still. Yeah, I think this is the slowest and curviest part of the route. I think once we get to Glacier... Actually, let me take a look. Okay, Glacier Park is here, and then... Oh yeah, after this it should speed up a little bit. But I suppose we'll see. Well, how many would we leave, not even 20 minutes ago. I have to pee again. Why? Also, fun fact I just realized I need to point out, in case you're wondering, there's a tunnel there. Tunnel portal there. I have actually seen the Amtrak Empire before, once, and that was during my 2024 Chicago trip. And I do actually have it on video, so if you actually want to watch my Chicago trip video, you can go to the part where I went to Gulf Station. And I saw this train heading to the Pacific Northwest, and I could have seen this train going the other way to Chicago. But it was delayed, and I wasn't gonna stay there late enough to catch this thing. So yeah, I didn't see the eastbound version, or I didn't see eastbound train, but I did see the westbound train. But then again, that train was departing Chicago, and I was nearby Chicago, so yeah. And yeah, that's one of the downsides of these long distance trains. Downtime performance is just not good with these. But the reason is because, well, they keep getting held up by freight trains because, you know, this is a well-known fact about Amtrak. In fact, it's, I mean, about a well-known fact you can get is that because most of these long distance trains, remember all these long distance trains have to run on track that's owned by the freight railroads. Amtrak kind of has to lay over for them. Which is a shame, but it is what it is. Alright, I seriously need to pee again, so I'll be back. I promise I'll be back as quickly as possible. And I'm back, and oh, come on, there we go. And as I got up, my water bottle fell off my table, and spilled water all over the floor. So great. Now my floor is wet. And my water bottle's empty, so I got no more water to take me until Glacier Park. So, oh, but still another half an hour, so I should be able to survive that. That's my computer. My computer's not doing too bad actually. I just took my headphones off just to see how loud it was being, and it's actually doing pretty well. I just want you guys to hear my computer in the background making fan noises. Oh. Yeah, everything's got water on it now, so I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I mean it's nothing power though. Yeah, some of my hard drives have gotten some water on it, but they're not turned on, so it should be fine. Should just be able to air dry, and then it'll be all right. If you'd like to see my one shot of this train in real life, then, yep, Chicago Video is your friend. It was actually this exact consist, too, actually, although I say it was that consist. I had to really look closely to make sure, you know. Because there's something I actually want to mention about Phase 7. That's actually one of the upsides of having Phase 7 on these coaches, actually, because, well, you may have noticed they're color-coded. You have red for sleeper and then green for coach, right? See, that's interesting because... with the previous Phase 4, no, really any previous delivery for these superliners, they all look the same, so you really couldn't tell the difference between what was a sleeper and what was just a coach. You know, like I had to really squint and look at the marking on the side to, or not the marking, but the name on the side to figure out like which kind of coach you had to get into. But with Phase 7, now that's a little more obvious. Now you can tell much more clearly which coach is which because you have red for coach. I don't know. Red for coach, green for coach, and then red for first class sleeper. So now it's much more obvious to the eye which type of coach that you need to get into. So yeah, that's good. The other side's to Phase 7. Yeah. It's fine. They're rolling out Phase 7 on basically everything, although I think in some cases it's a little bit pointless because mainly in the Northeast Regional, I feel, because, you know, whereas this train has multiple different types of coaches, you know, sleepers and coaches, the Northeast Regional train is almost all coaches and then one business class at the end of the train, or the front, depending on which way the train it happens to be facing that time. So let's say if a Northeast Regional train was entirely Phase 7, it would be mostly green coaches, and then the business class coach is blue. But there's only one business class coach at the end of the train, so yeah, I don't know. Oh well. Look at that. Anyway, I actually had quite a load there. I just loaded into the toilet there. So I should not be able to make it to Glacier Park, although yeah, my water bottle is empty, but I decided that I'm going to not refill my water bottle until I get there. By the way, did I put any other trains on this section? Oh, I did. Okay. We'll see him when we get there. Yeah, I forgot if I put another train on this section of the route, so I had to set a double check. So there you go. I say this part of the road sure is slow. I mean, I know we're going through a mountain pass, but still, I guess after, you know, because of the fact that I mostly drive faster trains than this, going to something slower is, it's a bit weird. But, then again, I don't do this not very often, so maybe if I did, I would be used to this by now. I do actually have a bunch of Amtrak Empire Builder scenarios downloaded, but I've never played those because I've never bothered to. I do find it interesting though how they actually have Amtrak branding on all the stations on this route. But I think the reason for that is because, ironically, one of the add-ons available for this route you can get is the Amtrak Empire Builder, which gives you a basically the Amtrak P42 and the baggage coach and superliners to use on this route. Yeah. Wait a second, I think there is a small section of the California Zephyr. I think that's the Donner Pass route, isn't it? I never played that route, so I don't even know. I don't even know where the Donner Pass even is. Maybe I should. That's a story for another day. Everything should be going well enough on the stream side. And it is. How long am I streaming so far, by the way? About an hour and 45 minutes. So yeah, we're maybe about 2 hours in. So that makes 3.5 to go. Yeah. Okay, not quite 2 hours in yet, but we'll get to that point when we get to Glacier Park. So yeah. And that'll be a pretty lengthy stop, so I'll use that opportunity to take another bathroom break and then refill my water bottle. It's kind of embarrassing that, but I don't know how my water bottle fell off. No, it's because no, it's because it's my desk is so crowded that I don't really have a place to put my headphones down anywhere. But I can't hang them either because my headphones are falling apart. So. Everything is so crammed. And actually, that's the reason why the start of the stream got bugged because I actually unplugged my hard drive where I have my files stored. So yeah, that's why the music cut out and the black screen for a bit. But then I plugged back in my hard drive, and then the images showed up again, but for some reason the music stopped playing. I did try to restart it, but I couldn't, so I was like, okay, well, you know what? I don't care. It's only for the intro of this live stream. Doesn't matter. How about our analytics looking like, by the way? That's certainly analytics, all right. Yep. In case you're wondering, yes, I did install a sound mod for the superliners and stuff as well, because the default run sounds on the superliners are not good. I don't like them. But thankfully, a better sound mod exists, so that's what I got. Anyway, because I don't have any structured up to talk about my stuff for the stream, I guess I'll get back to Train Sim World stuff then, or the Delta Direct stuff. So basically, what I'm predicting for Train Sim World 7 is the American route will get one of the three state routes I mentioned earlier. So that would be either Hudson Line, Hartford Line, or MBTA Haverhill Line, or whatever line that the Down Eastern runs on. And I guess my bold prediction is a metro route. Yes. Yeah, hopefully the route from Chicago to Aurora. Maybe. Right, basically my bold prediction is a metro route, or if it's a northeastern route, we could get a SEPTA route. That'd be cool. Or a MARC route. I don't know, we'll see. Thing is with SEPTA and MARC is that those licenses are harder to obtain, so will we get those routes? Who knows? We'll find out, though. We'll find out. Only a month to go. I say only. Even that feels like a long time, because they announced it back in early July, so yeah. Let's see. They're about to get to the top of this hill, and also there's a 40, so here we get to go a little bit faster. Alright, see you later. And by the way, in case you're wondering what my opinion is of the yearly releases for Train Sim Worlds, I'll be honest, I don't really care anymore. Like I got really annoyed by it when they did it for Train Sim World 3, because they hyped up Train Sim World 3 so much that I really thought this was gonna be like a big thing, and it wasn't. And then somehow they released, they released Train Sim World 4 a year later, and then little did we know that would be the beginning of the yearly release cycle for Train Sim Worlds. But yeah, like I said, I'm at a point where I just don't care anymore about the yearly releases. I mean, I think it's stupid that they do it, but they're not gonna stop doing it, so I just don't care anymore. And I don't even pay for these things anyway, so yeah, it shouldn't matter to me. In case you're wondering, I like to pirate things. And the only time I've ever paid for anything to do with Train Sim World was, ironically, I paid for Train Sim World 4 because I wanted to have the editor on launch day. I didn't want to wait for some of the torrenters to upload it. And it turned out to be a scam because I played the editor when it came out. I hated it. And, I haven't really bothered with it since. Yeah, I don't know. I did try out the editor a couple more times after the fact. And I did try out the editor a couple times on the Trains with 5 era, but didn't get very far where I was like, stuff this. And I haven't tried the editor at all in the Trains with 6 era because I just don't care. That being said, however, I actually do have considerations of getting back into trying out the editor in the near future because, I say near future, okay, maybe not near future, but some point in time. Because I think there is a lot more documentation now for the editor than there was. No thanks to Dovetail, instead thanks to the people who actually bother to put the time in to make documentation. So, and something, you know what? Something I also just realized about this scenario I'm playing right now that I made. I didn't say any louder. Is I actually used AI to assist with the making of this scenario. Now, I didn't use AI to make it or anything like that, but something that I should mention is that I'm actually not all that familiar with this route. You know, Marias Pass or just generally the Montana High Line, because obviously it's in a completely different part of the country from where I live in. For reference, I live all the way over on the East Coast in Rhode Island, so southern New England. And the Marias Pass route, the Montana Highland, is located, well, in Montana, which is way over, you know. I mean, I've never been this far west, obviously, you know. Like, the furthest west I've been to at this point is Chicago. And, yeah, I've never been out this far west. I do hope to at some point, but for right now, yeah, I haven't been this far out west, so. I've never been able to rail fan here. Although, fun enough, I also don't watch much railfan content in this route either because I don't really care much for this route. But then again, it's a freight route, so yeah. And freight routes just don't really to me that much most of the time. Also, dynamic brakes for the win. Anyway, on the topic of using AI, so I used it to... I basically used it for all the AI trains because... yeah, I used AI to make AI trains. Ironic. But the reason I did that is because, again, I'm not familiar with this route. I'm not really familiar with the kind of trains that... Well, okay, well, no, I have a basic idea of this route. Like, I know this is a BNSF freight line. Like, I have a basic idea of this route. But as far as a more, like... a more intimate idea, again, I don't really have that, so that's why I decided to use ChatGPT to help me make up all the AI concepts, which has worked out well enough in the end. And actually, I had a bug with this scenario that I caused, because if you've made a scenario in this game before, you may know that there's a feature in the editor, in the scenario, where you can actually play the scenario, or you can, okay, not play the scenario, but you can simulate the scenario. But there's such a stupid glitch with this game, and I can't believe I didn't discover this until making this scenario. So when you save the edits you make in the scenario... Okay, well, no, here's what happens. So, let's say you run the simulation, right? You get to about, I don't know, an hour or two into the scenario simulation test. You know what I mean? Okay, let's say if you're an hour into the scenario, or an hour or two into the scenario simulation test, and then you save changes you make to the scenario. If you do that, it will actually save the scenario in the state that it's in when you save it during the simulation. Like, for example, it's 9:17 right now in the end-game time, and if I did the simulation, I got to this point in the scenario and I saved the game, the scenario would load in with this train at this point, at this speed, or at the speed limit. Same goes for all the other AI trains, too. Like, they would all be in a certain state if you save at that point. It's such a stupid glitch, and I can't believe I never discovered that until now. And because it happened, I had to spend a while undoing it. Now, thankfully, I had a backup of the scenario saved in its original state. Well, not this original state, but no, I had a backup of this scenario. But then I added 3 more AI trains into a later version of the scenario, which is the one I broke. So I just spent all that time trying to essentially undo it and put the trains I put in into this verse there. So yeah. So that was a stupid thing. Anyway, the point I'm getting at regarding the transport editor is... I suppose trying to look at this part of the thing. The point I'm getting with the transport editor is that what I'm thinking about is I'm thinking about using ChatGPT as an AI assistant to help me get to grips with the transport editor and use to make it run for Train Sim World. Yeah. Now, as for when I'm going to do that, I don't know, but it's an idea I've had, and it's something I really want to do too, but I don't have the time right now at the moment. You know, my life situation is currently not the best, but it is what it is, so we'll see. Okay, we're approaching Glacier Park now, about 12 minutes to get there. Let's go uphill if I can actually go ahead and idle. There we go. Stuff down there. You know, I might actually start playing stuff more in my spare time, just because. We'll go up to 50 soon. Yay. All right. I guess another thing I'll talk about is some Mariah's Pass lore. And what I mean by that is lore in train simulation. So, it's fine. I just remember this now. So this road is long, even by default, right? Like even if you it's funny. Even if you cut out the part from Shelby to Havre, this road is still really long. What the heck? It says we're disconnected. Did my internet cut out for a minute? That's strange. I got a message from YouTube saying check disconnected, so I guess it's fixed now. Okay. As I was saying, so like I said, this one was long. And it's happening again. What the heck? Is my internet cutting out? No, my internet is fine. What is going on? That is strange. Why is the chat disconnecting? That is weird. Is it because of my internet or is that because of something else? I have no idea. And it's making me nervous because now I'm thinking, oh great, stream gonna dropped frames. No, it says drop frame 0. Yeah, everything looks fine on my end. I'm not seeing anything. Yes, stream size is excellent. Stream is healthy. So why is it telling me that the stream is chat is being weird? I have no idea. Very bizarre. Alright, well, whatever. Anyways, can I get on to what I was talking about, please? So, oh, hang on, we got a train! Yay! I'm gonna stop the yapping on because we have a train. Yes, train is in the distance. And it's saying chat disconnected again. You know what? I'm gonna have to ignore it because YouTube is stupid. Oh, don't speak. I heard the 50 anyway, so that's fine. But yeah, oh, we're going downhill as well. Yes. We're about to encounter another freight train. Oh, yes. What is the train, though? Let's see. I believe it's a ST-70 Ace with a Givo. Alright. Yeah. And he's really waiting for us, actually. So set up as soon as we pull out of here, though. There he goes. Yeah. All that. Yeah, so the manifest, as you can see. And there he goes. Also, almost like Glacier Park Station, yay! Or maybe not yay, because he says 9:30 and we're still 9:20. Oh. This is disconnect thing stopped. That was weird. Anyway. Let's go a little bit fast, we'll up to 15 miles an hour. Alright. So it's getting a little bit hot in here. Close to the summertime. And I guess I'll talk a little bit then about the lore. I keep trying to mention it, but I keep getting interrupted by things. So, so like I said, the route between even just Whitefish and Shelby, which is the original route, original Rise Pass for this game, that route was actually also made for Microsoft Train Sim. In fact, that was actually one of the base routes. So, yeah, you can also play this route in one of the oldest train simulators in the world. And I think that's also the reason. Rise Pass was also an MSTS. Yes, and because of that was how Microsoft or whoever got the license to BNSF. That's also why there was a BNSF-9 in the cover art of the game. That's why there's also an MSTS unit in real life. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I thought of putting that in this scenario, but I couldn't be bothered to find the reskin for it, so yeah. I went on 35. Really? It's very easy break as well. What are we doing? Come on. Come on, do things. There we go. Right. I guess what the dynamic brakes sound like on this thing. We have a 35 coming up. We're about to stop at Glacier Park anyway, so that's something. Here's the question though, we're going down to 35 now. Yeah, the break's quite early there, but that's fine. Okay, we're ahead of schedule, so it doesn't matter. We're a grade crossing. There we go, down to 35. Why is it a, oh, look how bendy this is. Okay, fair enough. Although it should pick up speed again once we get past Glacier Park, so let's see what happens. But I think the appropriate position is actually East Glacier. Guys, we're going through the whole Glacier Park itself, which I don't know what the park is, but it's here, I guess. Okay, well, we're near Glacier Park, which means we'll complete the first 2 hours of the scenario, which means we'll be about a third of the way there. Yeah. Alright, how far away is Shelby, by the way? It is now... Oh. Still 72 miles. Okay. That's fine. Okay, come on. There we go. Same time, just check again. Okay, well, you know what? As long as the stream doesn't die, I don't care. Alrighty, so Glacier Park, so I'll be able to have another bathroom break. I'm also going to use the opportunity to refill my water bottle. And after that will be, what's the next stop? Cut Bank, which is a whole 50 miles away, but... Again, the route should straighten out, so we're going to be able to hit some higher speeds pretty soon, so yeah. Oh, cool, the speed goes up to 45 once we get goes up to Glacier Park, but not mean anything yet because we have to come to a stop in Glacier Park. Yay. Okay, so I'll let it accelerate. I wonder what the station board says. I guess we'll see when we get there. Yeah, it keeps saying check disconnected. That has me nervous because does that mean the frame is the thing breaking up? Or is that just something with the chat? I have no idea. I've never seen that before. Please don't make me do this live stream again. Alright, approaching Glacier Park. Alright. Another bridge with a wall for some reason. How about it? Okay. Another short platform, so we'll stop with locomotives just beyond. Actually, we'll do stop right here. Okay. Don't stop here yet. And oh, bit of a rough stop there. Hold on, I'm gonna reverse back. That was stupid. There we go. Okay, stop. And boom. Oh, that was for nothing because the door didn't even open anyway. Thank you. This was open though. Yep, there's a door into the first class sleeper. Also dining coach. And coach class if you can't afford first class sleeper. Alright, we're going to be here for a little bit, so I am going to use the opportunity to stuff. Yep, I'm going to use the bathroom and stuff from my water bottle, and we shall continue. Alright, I am back. Also, the percentage to save progress in the scenario, so in case the game crashes, I'll have to start again from the beginning. Also got a couple minutes till departure, so I guess now we'll take a look at the some stuff around here, Glacier Park. So this is the town of Glacier, I suppose, or West Glacier, East Glacier, I don't know, but it's Glacierisms, I guess. I think we're even over the points. Yeah. Oh, I haven't got any trains planned to come through here, so that's fine. At least not come through here once. Or, you know, not come through until we leave. Well, let's got a grain train sitting here because reasons. Not much beyond that though. Everything's kind of. Yeah. Glacier Park and. Oh, yes. Oh, this is called Glacier Park. Okay. Interesting. I think it's called West Glacier in the map there, so I don't know. I guess you can call it whatever, but we'll go with Glacier Park because I guess that's the proper name is according to this route. So, alright, so next up is Cut Bank. So that's 46 miles away, but we should be actually got 50 minutes to get there. But I think we're about to get to a faster part of the route now, so yeah. In fact, I think the rest of this route is going to be a bit more quick now because yeah, we'll see though. Alright, well so far so good. Sun hasn't blown up. I can tell the stream is healthy. I hope. And we're about to depart for Cut Bank. Alright, doors are closing. And we're off. Alright. Onwards to not Glacier Park, but Cut Bank. Yes. I'm gonna spill this water bottle because someone's just filled almost up to the brim. I'll even put my cap on just to be sure. There we go. Okay, now if it falls off, nothing will happen. Alrighty. Oh, can I look at how far away is Whitefish? No. Okay, fine. Alright, whatever. 46 miles to go to Cut Bank. About an hour to get there. And we'll have to see a couple more AI trains. Another bridge. How about it? A big one, too. You know what that means. Oh, yes. Look at that. More foot opportunities. I'm not going to get any screenshots here, though, because I'm lazy, but you can take one if you want to. Look at that. And you're over the bridge. Oh, this is a bit different. Huh, we seem to be heading out of the really foresty mountain section to now a more flatter, open section with a lot of farms here. Cool. Bit of a change of scenery from all the trees and stuff. Still slow though. Why are we going to 45 even though it's Great. Bit naff. I think we'll spin him eventually, though. I hope. This one's going well enough as well. Tip marks as well. But we only have a few more stops, but they're all spread out far apart. In fact, Havre is still 170 miles away. And I'm the one who's decided I'm going to do something in one sitting. Oh well. I think the Discord, by the way, I'm gonna check Discord. Oh, nothing. Good power, come on. Get this hill. There you go. Something I'm wondering is why is it only 45, even though the track is a lot more straight here. This track old and bad. Yeah, because look at this. Look at how much scenery has changed. Yeah, all the mountain stuff, yeah, we're leaving that behind now. We're now onto much more flat. And... oh! There we go. Hang on a second. Wait, hold on. There's no marker for the 65. Almond. Well, we can go faster now. Yay! 65 miles. That's the fastest we've been able to go since leaving Whitefish. Is that another train there? No, that's the never mind. I think we're wrong roading, actually. Well, it's I think it's like a passing loop, so I don't know. Whatever. Nice, man, I'm standing in the middle of nowhere. How about it? Welcome to rural America. Okay, come on. No. I already did it for a while, so yeah. Come on, Dynamics. Get to work. There we go. 50% should do enough. Yeah. Thanks a little bit, going fast. Let's do a flyby. Okay, how much damage do you really want to train? That's 31%, it's still slowing down. Okay, so another 10%. Okay, there we go, speed. Oh, here's the end of the double track section. Okay, at least now we'll get to travel at a more decent speed than what we were doing earlier. These fives. In fact, I wonder how long Oh, that's my answer. 55 coming up. Ah, still decent. That's close. Whatever. But I think once we get past Cut Bank, I think that's when we're really going to be able to open up. Let's still get to Shelby. Then we got to wait a while, and then we'll see what's like the route from Shelby to Havre. Because that part I'm less familiar with, so we'll have to see what the speed limits are like. Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm not finished making sure to video. Oh, cool. I should make your class 6. That's how it'll be. Yeah, we'll see. Actually, maybe you can make that because I know there's a EWS class 66 in Trains 2. So if you want to, you can get that and do things with that. I guess I don't know. 55. Ooh, great crossing. Yeah, I don't know about the braking action in this thing. Like, it's anything below 30% is nothing. And then you get to 35, and then suddenly, it's so weird. Like, that can't be realistic. You know, something else I've also just now realized I need to point out about this thing is that the brake isn't, like, stepped. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you know how, like in more modern trains, there's, like, a stepped braking system where you have, like, minimum and then suppression and then full service, which is a standard feature in pretty much all modern locomotives. Yeah, for some reason, this train, or this locomotive in this game doesn't have that. Which is weird, because the ALC-42 does. So... Which I don't understand that. I don't think it would be that hard to program a stepped brake for this thing. Because I know this thing should have it in real life. I mean, it's a modern locomotive. Also, look at the scenery now. What the... Yeah, it seems like that. Like it's like we're in a bit of a part of the country now. I guess we kind of are. But yeah, we're now out of the mountainy, foresty part of the route to now a more flat, grassy part of the route. Isn't that something? Yeah, so shows you how little knowledge I actually have of this route, because I've barely ever driven it, and again I should drive this more often, but I haven't bothered to because I'm lazy. I mean, to be fair, this route is really long. Like, again, even just the route from Shelby to Whitefish just takes 3.5 hours to drive. Or, actually, it could be even longer if you decide to do it more realistically. Like, no, it's 3.5 hours, or like 3 hours, 20 minutes. And no, yeah, I should say that's a straight shot, by the way. That's if you don't stop at all. That's if you start in Whitefish, or Shelby, or wherever, you drive all the way to the end of the route without stopping and sticking to the speed limits. Yeah. And of course, we're not doing that today. We're actually doing this the way it would be in real life, and that is stopping at all the stations that this train would stop at. And, obeying speed limits. Well, I obey speed limits to us as well. And, yeah. Come on. What is with these dynamics? Brake! Thank you. Is that realistic? Can't be. Again, this is a freeware add-on, so it's imperfect. But it is what it is. Maybe in the future, the Mr. We Play simulators might come in and make some enhancements to it, make it even better, but this is how it is for now, as of under this last year. I don't think an update has off this thing since it released, so I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to get back to a thought I put out a while back in this live stream, but forgot to finish the thought. So the Mirage Pass is actually a really famous route, actually. because it's actually appeared in multiple train sims. First one being the one talking about earlier, MSTS. Like I said, it is possible to drive from Shelby to Whitefish in Microsoft Train Simulator. Because yeah, the round that game has that long. Despite that game releasing in 2001, somehow even as far back as 2001, they were making routes that were way longer and way more stuff to do than routes that are released now for Train Sim Worlds. Which, by the way, in case you didn't know, Dovetail Games is actually a descendant of Kuju Entertainment, who are the guys who made Microsoft Train Simulator. Yeah, anyway, also I'm gonna tell the thought because we have a bridge! A road bridge goes over the track. That's interesting. Yeah. Pretend we're a rail fan. Yeah, Amtrak to break up, he threw down. I don't know where I was going with that, but whatever. Also next to another fence for some reason. Oops. Yeah, I will save the game actually. Just in case. So yeah, like I said, that's on in MSTS. So I've failed to move on from that, so let's talk about something else then. So I think the first time this, or at least a part of this was in the Trains games. Was the Marias Pass approach route. Yeah, anyone know that route? Well, if you're a Trains player, you should. Yeah, so I believe the Marias Pass approach route actually first came to the Trains franchise in the Trains 2009 PC game. And then it was made as an add-on for Trains Simulator 2, which we all know of. And then it was actually remastered and then released for Train Simulator 3. And I've actually reviewed the Trains 3 version, so there you go. Also... oh, here's a station, but a station that we're not stopping at. This is, yeah, this is Browning. But according to the Amtrak schedule, the Empire Building does not stop here anymore, so we're just go right through. And there she goes. Oh, about to speed. We're about to go up to 70! Yay! We get to go even faster! Yes! I'll also make a video of you, or BR Classic 6 get triggered by the number... oh, yeah. More sausages. Yeah, although back to the Marias Pass approach route for trains. Okay, well that's not the entire. I mean, it's kind of in the name. It's called Marias Pass Approach because it's not the whole Marias Pass. I think it starts out. I actually don't know. Is it start in Shelby or Cut Bank and goes to West Glacier? I don't know. Actually, kind of wish I did now. No, but I forgot. Oh well. At the moment, I don't have it installed on my Train Simulator 3 app, so maybe I'll go check it out in my spare time. And then more recently this year, we actually got another section of the Marias Pass route for Train Simulator 3, which I also forget where it goes to and from. So yeah. And then for Train Simulator Classic, this game, we got the Marias Pass route in this game from Shelby to Whitefish in 2014. And that's the part that I'm on right now. And of course, we also got the Shelby to Havre route, which released in 2019. And then we got this workshop route to combine together, and here we are. So, actually, at the moment, Train Simulator Classic actually has the most complete Morass Pass, Montana Highline thingamajig at the moment. Well, I'll show you up on it too. Like, obviously, I'm doing the ALC-42 locomotives, but you know, you also have the P-42s in this game, the F-40s, and I think even back to the days of Burlington Northern, when they used to run the Empire Builder, is in this game too. And of course, you also have a plethora of BNSF equipment they can drive on this as well if you prefer freight stuff. So there's a lot you can do with this route in this game, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Ooh, we're doing 70 miles an hour almost. What about that? Let's talk about that indeed. Speed machine. Yeah. Yeah. It's just so lonely. Like we're just on a single track in the middle of nowhere. Bruh. Well, like I said, welcome to rural America. Oh, come on. Come on the brakes. Thank you. Oh, 79. Okay. 70.9. And that's another flyby view. Since we're here. Come on. Okay, never mind. I won't put me on the floor. Alright. Never mind. Don't fly by me for the moment. That's a yellow. Why? Oh, because we're up to another passing boat. Okay. And one more thing I was actually worrying to myself is will we ever get the Morass Pass route in Train Sim Worlds? I'm gonna say probably not. At least not for a while, because again, the route from Shelby to Whitefish is 150 miles long. And right now, the longest route that we have in Train Sim Worlds is the Castle of the Wurzburg route, which is 115 miles long. And that's just a countryside route with a few stations. Or no, not even a few stations. No. With a few stations total. 2 end stations, and then 1 station in the middle. Wow. Or as James Reed would say, wow. Oh, really? Wait, we were up to 79 out of 35? What's that? Oh, I think I know why. It's because of the... Oh, well. It's funny, we would be doing 7... Wait a second. Isn't... Wait, are we going the loop? Oh, no. Oh, I see. Go to a double track section. Oh, that's why. Okay. Alright, fair enough. Start slowing down then. Alright, we're about to go to another freight train, so yeah. More freightisms. Although I think we're going to have to go 35 for a short time. We should be able to get through the interlocking of the junction, then we should immediately be able to get back up to 79. Wait, we could make it up to 79 miles per hour, but no, we have to go slow because junction. Yeah. Oh well. It's just the train driver life for you. Alright, a bit slower. No, 35. There we go. And yes, we're about to encounter another freight. What kind of freight it is, though, but we'll see it. Oh, 3 locomotives and a tanker train. Look at that. Oh, it makes a full 3. Oh no. A couple of Gevos with an S78 stamps in the middle. Cool. 79! Yes! Okay, now I can get up to 79. And yeah, it's an ethanol train, as you can see. Thanks for hurrying up. Yeah. Long train. Feels like 100 cars in this consist. Alright, crossing. And there's the other train. How about that? Alrighty. And we get to get to 79 miles per hour, which is the fastest we've gone so far in this live stream, and the fastest that we will go in this live stream. Yeah. Speed. Also, that's going to click in game time, so I've now been doing this for about 2.5 hours. So that's 3 hours left to go. Yep. Oh, really? Going 55? Come on. Alright, let's do one flyby view if we can. There we go. Alright. And down to 55. You guys enjoyed that? Oh, we went over a grade crossing. Hold on. Oh, hello, Mr. Crossing. I didn't even realize you were here. Anything else we missed? Nah, just a curve and some stuff. Okay, fine. Right, it's down to 55 because bend. Ah, then we gotta go to nav again. Okay. Message from what's the name? Hold on, what's this? Oh, just some. Okay. Discussions. Oh, just okay. Yep, just some stuff which I will address later. Also, I need to pee again, but we're 20 minutes away from cut bank, so if I can wait till then. What's this? Oh, wait a second. This does not look like the Washington Monument. It's like they took the Washington Monument, shrunk it, and put it here. That's funny. I guess you call it the Montana Monument. And we have to go up to 79 miles per hour again. Yes. And 79. Oh, yes. We might even be able to go that speed all the way to Cut Bank. Let's see. We're going downhill or uphill? Yeah, we're going downhill, so that's minute 2, not 4. There's some grain plants around here. Yeah, something that I actually learned during the making of this scenario is that apparently Montana is actually pretty well known for its grain businesses. I guess they run up all the grain from around here and then they take it to other parts of the country and even the world. Because you also got grain trains going over to Seattle, and I guess to export the grain to the rest of the world. Alright, so 70 miles per hour. I think there's one more train we're going to count before we get there. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there isn't even that many trains in the scenario that I put, but yeah, there's enough that I'm struggling to remember all the trains I did put down. Oh, well, we'll see them as we go along. Bit of power. Alright, speed. Well, I pretty much enough stuff to talk about at this point. Yeah, and we still have another few hours left in this scenario. But it is what it is. Yeah, I got a Discord DM relating to something that happened recently, so I'm a little bit, I was going a little bit quiet. I'm not gonna address it right now, though. I'm gonna take care of it later, because I'm streaming right now. Otherwise, I don't really have much more to say, I suppose, even though we're still have a few hours left in the stream. Yeah. Some of the other goings on, I mean... Well, I guess there's the Thomas and Friends 2026 series, or Tim Tom and Friends 2026 series, which... I wonder what's going on with that, because... So far, all we've gotten is a bunch of merch reveals, which is cool, because it's basically like a character list of like how many characters you'll be returning to the franchise. Other cool surprise, too, actually. Like, apparently Stephanie, I think. Did they confirm? Yeah, Stephanie's confirmed to return at some point. Apparently the narrow gauge engines are going to return as well. Scrub is gonna be back apparently. So, oh, there he is. Where's that train? The speedy boy. Yeah. Let me get a flyby with both these, just for the heck of it. I didn't get a shot of it, but oh well. Another manifest. Hang on. Yeah, you go, yeah, Jiva with a dash line mix in the middle. How about it? Another manifest. Alright, uphill now. That's different. But yeah, not much has been said about the 2026 show in a while. Regarding the show itself, because it's in May. It's funny. Back in May, actually, I remember the Unlucky mentioned something about getting footage in May, but it ended up being those toy shorts things. So yeah, but as far as seeing actual footage from the show itself, I mean, apparently there's a 60-minute movie due to release in September, although I say September, I might actually get pushed back because we're now right at the end of July, and right at the end of July, and still nothing. No trailer, no previews, nothing. Hello there, Sherry. Have you checked the train's road map before? I know the trains and world road map, but trains road map? Does one even exist? Is there a road map? Actually, I think I did, but now I remember that there was some trains road map that mentioned the surveyor coming to trains 3 at some point, but that still hasn't happened, so who knows. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know if we're ever getting the surveyor in trains 3 at this point, which is a shame, but I don't know. The thing I don't like about MPV games is that they just don't seem to be able to stay focused on a certain project. They just move from one thing to the next. I mean, they came up with Train Simulator 3 back in 2021. Then soon after that, they released Trains Railroad Simulator 2022. I think it was. Was it 2022? I think it was 2022. Which had the Survey 2.0, which is supposed to be a thing in Train Simulator 3 as well. And then they came up with that Trains Xbox game, which has that game even released yet? I don't even know what's going on with that game. Oh, it's a website for the new stuff for trains, clean stuff for development, clean trains. Oh yeah, I forgot Trains Railroad Simulator 27. That's gonna be a thing apparently. Why? No, because like, again, Train Simulator 3 came out 5 years ago now in 2021. And then they released Trains 2022 soon after that. And now, yeah, I guess they're releasing Trains 2027 coming out, I'm going to guess either this year or next year. And in that time, we still haven't got Survey in Trains 3. So it's like, what are they doing? I don't know, maybe they just don't care for the mobile game. Maybe their focus is the PC games and as well as the Xbox thing, which, although ironically enough, the Trains Xbox game is also releasing without a surveyor, like Trains 3 did, and yet apparently the Trains Xbox game is supposed to get a surveyor in the future, But when's that gonna happen? Who knows? I don't know. You know what's funny? I was actually having a brief conversation with Mr. High Walmart on my own server yesterday. Yeah, because you may have noticed Mr. High Walmart hasn't released really much at all for Train Sim 3 over the last year or so. Because apparently Trains 3 received an update which broke a lot of stuff. And because of that, High Walmart has been developing as much content for Trains 3. There's a specific cab forward, and first I don't really care for that. I mean, it's cool, cab forward, but honestly, I'm more interested in them adding features that I want. I mean, I say that. I mean, we got Surveyor 2.0 in the Trains PC game. Where is Surveyor the Trains mobile game? This was promised 5 years ago, and it's still not here. So, I don't know. At this point, who does it forever? Gonna get it. Also crossing, oh, with no gates. Huh. Alright, well, 6 months, 9 months go to Cut Bank. At this point, less than 3 hours to go in this scenario. Still 3 hours. In fact, how far away is Havre at this point still? I'll be moving for a while as well. Yeah, I'm letting the train slow down because we're about to slow down to 50 anyways. Annoyingly. I don't know. It's just... I just don't like the way that we've been handling the Trains franchise lately. Like, rather than focus on one project at a time and then moving on to the next, they got all these different things going on at the same time. It's like, what are we doing? So, you know, the Trains roadmap would be useful if they actually stuck to it, but they don't. You know what's funny about that? Dovetail Games also do a roadmap for Train Sim World. In fact, they post a new roadmap every single month. As I just accidentally kicked my I kicked my cable. It hasn't unplugged the TV screen for a second there. That's a bit nervous. Oops. Yeah, I'm using my TV screen as my secondary monitor, so I have my OBS and stuff. Oopsies. I better be careful with that. Anyway, what was I saying? So, like, the Dovetail Games also have a roadmap for Train Sim World, and they actually stick to that roadmap most of the time. Ironically enough, but some of the third-party developers who don't stick to the roadmap, like, for example, the BR-420 German EMU has been on the roadmap for years at this point, if you can believe it, and yet still hasn't been released for some reason. But at least Delta Games themselves, the guys who make the roadmap, they stay consistent with it. You know, like pretty much everything that gets onto the roadmap does eventually make it to release. Like I said, it's just some of the third-party stuff that doesn't. Although it usually does, even then. Yeah, even then, when a third-party add-on does make it to the roadmap, it does usually make it to release. Like, I'd say the 420 is like the one elusive one, which still gets a release, and who knows if it ever will. So, yeah. So yeah, I think it was actually Walmart who actually told me about the trains roadmap, which I did take a look at, and I did find it interesting. No, because you want to know something else that kind of annoys me? I think they even have like a feature where you can actually let MPV know how important a certain feature is, right? Like it's, I guess it's like a way of telling MPV like hey, we really need this feature in the game. So I did that for the Surveyor in Train Simulator 3. So I don't know. Will that make any difference? Unlikely, but a man can dream. How far away is Shelby, by the way? It is 27 miles. Cool. So actually, it's funny. We're actually almost at the end of the Marias Pass route itself from Whitefish to Shelby. Except, of course, this route does not end in Shelby. It keeps going. Yes. Alright, my water's actually got a lot of water, so once we get to the Shelby station, or Cutbank station, I shall take another pee break and continue on from there. Alright, 2.5 miles to Cutbank. Actually, less than that. 2.3 miles. Oh yeah. I wish MPV would focus on these things better, but they just don't. That's a shame. So I don't know. And in case you're wondering why I made so few Train Simulator 3 videos this year, even fewer than I actually planned to, yeah, a lot of the content is just meh, you know. Like, ironically, I reviewed the Marias Pass route, the newer one that came to Train City earlier this year. Ironically, I'm driving the Marias Pass route right now at Train Simulator. Yeah, that route was pretty mid as well. A lot of reused assets. I'm gonna get on the brakes, because Drake's about to push over this bridge here, which I believe let's go down to 35. Then we'll brake on. Oh, there we go. Alrighty, well, nearly arriving in Cut Bank. Oh wait, 53 here? Oh yeah, that's... no. There's another big bridge. But I guess at this point we're far removed now from the twistiest and most forward section of this route, and now we're in the section that's a lot more wide and open. Cutbank is pretty long though, so we should have a lot of room to stop. Yep, there's Cutbank. Oh, so it's on an uphill incline. That's interesting. Oh, we're gonna be over the crossing. Yeah, all the motorists might not be happy with me, but oh well. Let's bring it to a stop. Come on. Oh, no more. And so right about here. Good enough. I don't know the door opening sounds of this now. Oh. Cool. Let's put the camera here away from the thingamajig. Alright, well, since we're now here in Cut Bank, I shall now take another bathroom break. And yeah. And I'm back. So, I also have a coach baggage car, as I just realized. In the middle of the consist. Oh, wait. Is that coach baggage? I don't know. Okay, I looked up some real life references to try to make sure this concept was accurate, so yeah. So, how far away is Shelby, actually? Yeah, it's 24 miles. And we're going to arrive there way ahead of schedule. And we're also going to be there for a while because of this. So, yay! Yeah. Yeah, it says the red was 11:20. Yeah, no, we're gonna get there way sooner than that. What else we got then? So we have this big thingamajig, whatever this is. And we also got some rolling stock here as well, and some stuff and other things, and yep. That's Cut Bank, I guess. What new part? Okay, good. Probably not too far, because we're... I was supposed the cars despawned. Oh. Oh, well. I guess we can't annoy any motorists if they don't exist. Cut Bank. I wonder where the name Cut Bank comes from, by the way. Don't these pair of locals look cool? Alright, about to leave, so, yeah. Okay, Shelby. Let's go. All right. Oh, I gotta save my progress there. I figured out that my stop button. Oh well. Alright, so Shelby, and if this was just the Morass Pass route, this would be the last stop of this service, or that stop of the journey. Well, like I said, this is the Morass Pass and Mountain Island merge route, so nope, we're going further. Oh, the part from Shelby to Havre, I think will only be about another hour or 20 minutes, so. Or hour and a half most. We'll see. And for some reason, we're allowed to go 30 through here. A lot of grain around here. hopefully we should be able to put the 79 soon. Because yeah, this is like the fastest portion of the route. Yeah, because whenever we get out of this yard or whatever, we'll be able to fly over to Shelby and then sit there for half an hour because scheduled. Which I think they did that because I actually did some research. Apparently, Shelby is actually a crew changeover point. Actually, so yeah, you do a crew change and then they do some other stuff. I suppose so. Yeah. I don't remember up there just because. Okay, well, how long are we gonna force? Oh, really? We gotta crawl at 30 miles an hour for this whole thing until we get to 70. You know, I'm already someone who doesn't like going slow. But what I really hate is going slow in a section of the route where I should be able to go fast. But we're going 30 miles an hour at the speed of a snail on a section which look at how straight this is. Why? I'm sorry, it's not even accurate. Maybe it is though. I don't know. I didn't make this route. I only made the scenario for the route. Okay, this was a dovetail route, and then Mr. Danny was the one who then merged this route together with the Montana Highland route, so I don't know. I don't think you made any changes to the route itself, though. I mean, there's not really need to. Whatever. This is so boring going at the speed through this part of the route. I should be able to go faster, but no. The speed limit gods prevent that from happening. I'm being made to suffer as a result. Okay, well, my suffering is almost over. Once the train's past the setting marker, we'll be able to floor it and then go all the way. I think it will be 70 to 70 miles per hour to Shelby. Alright, and power! Alright, up to the 70. Yes. I'm gonna let it pick up space as it goes along, because yeah, look at that. ETA is 10:53. And we have to be there till 11:20. Well, still advise we'll get there before 11 though, because I have some AI stuff scripted for that part, but suppose we get there well, I say well. No, as we look at there at 11, it's fine. But I think we're gonna get there well before that because, well, actually, no, I won't say this game is weird. Amtrak is weird because they're the ones who made the timetable like this. There's a little building over there. And in fact, because we're so far ahead of schedule, I'm just gonna let this train kind of roll along here. Because it's not like we have to get to Shelby. I mean, okay, we do have to get there at a particular time, but said particular time is a long ways after when we're supposed to be there, so. I think Havre, I think that's the one where it does matter if we get there early, because that's the last station stop of this scenario, so if we get there early, then hey, we'll be able to get finished with this scenario done. Because no, ironically, we're supposed to purchase Shelby at 11:28 and then get to Havre at 1:03. But as I found during my test, it's actually possible to get there a lot quicker than that. Kind of a lot quicker. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. That being said, though, once we do get to Shelby, that will mark the third time I've driven the Shelby to Whitefish section in its entirety. But Shelby to Havre, that's all new territory for me, so I'm curious to see what that's like. I have an idea of what it's going to be like, but I'm still curious to see what the route will be like. Because I haven't gone to drive it yet. Yeah, a lot of farmlands around here, like yeah. Which actually makes this route a bit mercy scenerized, because basically half the route is winding mountainous terrain and forests, and then the other half is fields. Oh, we're going to 60. Is that really necessary? Alright. I'm gonna use the dynamic brake because I'm lazy. There we go. If you like the noise of the dynamic brakes, we'll enjoy it for another however long it takes. Oh, going back to that. Yo, Buddha. What train would show us up to this one? You mean today or in the future? Because for this live stream, I'm only driving this. Guys, it's gonna take me 5.5 hours just to complete this scenario. Well, I've already playing the last 3 hours, so that's like 2.5 left to go now, I think. But for this live stream, once I'm done with this scenario, that'll be the end of this live stream. Oh, we're still 2 hours away from completing this scenario, so yeah. But if you mean like the next train, I'll showcase in like a future video. I actually don't know right now. Hey, here's the next train. That's an auto rack train. Is it an auto rack or is it? Yeah, it's an auto rack. Okay, cool. I like my auto rack trains. Yes. Yeah, sound mixing is a bit weird on those freight cars, but nothing I can do about that. There he goes. Okay, cool. We'll go back up to 79 soon. Come on. There we go. This should be more mindful to get to speed because again, I don't have to rush this. We're gonna get to Shelby way ahead of schedule. So if it wouldn't be such a long wait if this train was like delayed, because you know what can happen with these Amtrak long distance trains. So that built overhang built into the schedule. So this way, if the train's delayed, we'll be able to easily get back on the schedule. But let's say if we're on time, like we are in this scenario, it's a very long wait. Yes. In fact, I could probably let the train coast all the way to Shelby and we still get there on time. Now 13 minutes to Shelby. Yeah, I'm not gonna focus too much on the speed limit because again, yeah, like the latest we should get there is like 11 o'clock because, like I said, I have some AI stuff scripted around there. But even then, we're gonna get there way ahead still. So yeah, we basically gonna have a half an hour wait in Shelby before we'll be able to behind depart at that station, and then complete the last leg of the journey to Havre. And then yeah. Well, like I said, that's going pretty well. Nothing's broken in the scenario. Those I guess those maintenance guys haven't showed up, and I don't think they will because it's already almost 8 o'clock local time where I am. So, but whatever. It's a good thing that tomorrow I don't have anything planned, so if they show up again tomorrow, I don't care. But in case you're wondering the reason why May showed up, well, actually, I already told you, but I guess you guys were already, since I told you a long time ago. Yeah, like I said, there's some sort of water leakage going on. Yeah, right, there's a water leakage, which means the water is leaking into the downstairs bathroom. I mean, downstairs, I mean the apartment that's downstairs. So, while that's happening, I don't know, cheap merchandising. And back on the Alright, brakes. Yeah, again, I don't like how the brake system works on this thing. I don't even think it's realistic. It's like, yeah, you have to, like anything between 0 and 30% is basically nothing. Then once you get up to 30%, it's weird. Why does it do that? I don't think that's realistic. Maybe it is. I don't know. A little bit of dynamic brakes. Just for this last leg of the one Shelby. Amazing the game hasn't crashed. Although I don't see why it would. I like if there was a crash issue with this scenario, which is why I delayed it to today. But that has just been fixed, so it shouldn't happen. Is that a defect detector? Oh. I think it is actually, yeah. Wheel condition monitor. Dispatcher to Amtrak 8. No defects. Yay! I see some greenery over there. Wow, I haven't seen that in a while. You know, I just realized though, scenery-wise, this part of the route is definitely less interesting than the part from Glacier and Whitefish, that part of the route. Because we were going through a very windy, very mountainous thing. Now it's basically the opposite. Track is a little more straight, land's a little more flat. There's really not much to look at, besides fields and stuff. I think this is actually to be the entire Shelby to Havre section as well, so we'll see though. Because again, I haven't driven that part of the route yet, so we'll see what's like. I'm only 55 anyway. The track is straight. Who cares? We're really at Shelby anyway, so it doesn't matter. And yep, like I said, Shelby, that'll be the end of the, I guess, the Morass Pass portion, and now we're, that's going to be onto the Shelby to Havre route, which is essentially a separately sold add-on. Let's merge into this. So, yeah, what's that part like? We'll see. Alright, we'll say most of that, Shelby, I mean, not Havre. Is it Havre, by the way, or is it pronounced differently? I have no idea. The way that it's spelled looks like Havre to me, but could be totally wrong. I thought about looking at the pronunciation of it, but I was too lazy to do that. And yeah. Come on. Yeah. I did pee quite badly, but we're almost at the next station anyway, so that's fine. Now, we could even get to Havre quicker if we didn't have this long stop in Shelby, but... it is what it is. Again, we would only be in Shelby for like, I don't know, 5 minutes maximum if the stream was like, say, really far behind schedule, but because it isn't, you know. So you may be wondering then, well then why don't I just bake that into the scenario? Why don't I make the train like late? I don't know. Maybe I should have done that, but I nah. You know, I've had just a random thought. Do these engines have bathrooms in them? I mean, they probably should with the kind of services that they do. Yeah, I'm just another train accelerator with gravity. We're almost there anyway, so. All right. Oh, we're up to 65. Oh, never mind. Because I think we're actually about to cross over interlocking. So we get another right track to go to Shelby. Because right now we're actually, because Shelby's on the other track. We're on the track of all the tracks. So yeah, we actually got to change track here. Alright, well, according to ETA, 5 minutes till we arrive in Shelby. And that's why we can get another bathroom break. And I think I'll also fill up my water bottle as well because it's currently almost empty, actually. Actually, no, you know what I'll do? I'll leave my water bottle the way it is, and I think what I'll do is I'll refill it before we depart Shelby. That's the good plan. Yep. Anything else? No. Oh, that coming from the server spot. So I'll rest that later. Maybe I could actually take the time to rest it now, but yeah, you know, yeah. How about this? I'll take the time because again, even when we get to Shelby, we're gonna have quite a while until some of the action starts up. So yeah. There's the junction. You know, I'll accelerate a little bit because it's a couple miles away, so I'll do Knox 2. Other trains limit the speed limit, so we can get there just a teeny bit quicker. Is that a waste of fuel though? Maybe it is. I gotta barely say anything in the fuel tank. I think actually, I think this was realistic. This is probably about, I don't know. Like, I don't know, 25? Not 25, 75%? I don't know. I'm not sure, actually. But it doesn't matter. Yep, doesn't really matter because this is we're only going from Whitefish to Havre, which is well, as you see by the fuel tank. Yeah. In case you're wondering, yes, it is actually possible to run out of fuel in this game. Though it's highly unlikely because most trains have big enough fuel tanks to make the whole journey, and also most routes aren't even that long anyways. Oops, Alright, welcome to Shelby. Yeah. More random stock in the yard. And yeah, this is the end of the Marias Pass section of this route. Obviously, Sims in here though, because of course after this we have the Shelby to Havre section coming up next. Ooh, some shunters. Okay, I got on the brakes quite a bit early, but that's fine. Again, we got time. Actually, yeah, you know, I am going to refill my water during this stop here. Because once we do stop here, it's only another 2 hours left in this scenario. So yeah, welcome to Shelby. A much longer stop, so yeah. I think I'll stop right where the baggage car is. Oh, so the couple of slack. Is that realistic? Oh no, they're phasing into each other. Oh well. Nothing I can do about that at this point. Yeah, there's way too much slack in that coupler. And Shelby. Yes. Alrighty, so, yep, I'm going to take yet another bathroom break and refill my water bottle. And, yeah. And I am back. I didn't see anything in the chat, so, yep. Another 28 minutes that we'll be at the station for, but we'll have to see in a little bit. Also, yeah, it's certainly brighter here now. You can really tell the difference now between the beginning of the scenario when it was sunrise. So here's Shelby, of course, the station. Pretty long station, actually, so you actually got a lot of breathing room here. I'm going to take the first scenario, just in case. It is a fire station, how about it? Oh no, it's a crane. Cool. Road, of course, town, and all that good stuff. Yeah. Gas station. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Just realized. This is gonna be down for the next half hour. I just realized. Oh no. Is there a way around though? I don't see a way actually, no. I think in real life they would probably move the gate, raise the gates up to let the motorists through. Since I'm here. But unfortunately this isn't real life, this is Train Simulator. In Train Simulator everything works automatically because of reasons. Yes. So, yep. Yep, well, I guess we can just be glad that we're not one of these cars. Yeah. Alright, so. Okay, well, it's now 11:02, so now we're gonna see some action here. Yeah. In a little bit. And yep, I've taken another pee break, of course, and also refilled my water bottle for hopefully the final time in this live stream because I think at this point we got less than 2 hours to go before we finish. Because, like I said, we depart at 11:28, and then it's 100 miles there, which take about an hour and a half or so. And then that's the whole scenario done. And there he is. Yeah. May not be able to see him yet, but well, actually you can't see him. You can see that he's moving. Yes, that is a well, you'll see it. Actually, I won't say what it is because you're gonna see it just a little bit. Yeah. Going quite slow, but he is coming out of the yard. Yep. Going very slow indeed. As he does. Okay, can you see it yet? Yeah, that is a pair of shunters taking the grain cars to a nearby thingamajig. Yeah. Let's power it up. Yeah. He's wondering why the freight stock is screeching so much. That's just how it is, I guess. Because these are actually not the default sounds. I actually replaced sounds for all the freight equipment. I'm not sure if this is better or worse. Oh well, it's too late now. In case you're wondering where he's going, he's going around this balloon here to this. I think this place here. Yeah. And there's the route that we should drive down later. Yeah. Where are max revs? I guess this train's pretty heavy. I thought... Oh. The joints on things are broken. Oh well. I think these are the sounds from some freeware rolling stock pack I got from... I forget. So my ear's itchy. Yep. Just over this crossing then. Yep. Where's all the traffic on this road? You know, 35? Really? For road rage list? Bro. That's not realistic. We're quite slow, actually. And there he goes onto the loop. Could be loop actually. What's all this stuff here about? All these boxes. Boxes. Yep, well, that's why I put this train because we're gonna be here a while, so I figured, you know, let's put something to, you know, entertain you. So if you get bored of waiting, I can see where this train's going and what it's doing. I mean, it's not anything special. It's just going around the balloon here, but if you're really curious to know, this is here just for you. Yes. For reference, I think this equipment by default uses the old Kuju freight run sound thingamajig, which is terrible, by the way. I hate that sound. And I was gonna use the Dovetail Games, the newer Dovetail Games freight sound that they used in the Sherman Hill route, except that is that's also kind of bugged. So I went with this, and this sounded the best. Although maybe it may not have translated well to AI trainism, so I don't know. It's going so slow. Captain slow. Yes. Hope he doesn't lose sense of direction, but then again, he's going around a loop. Alright, let's do another train coming soon. Go back to our train. Yes, ALC-42. I do really like these engines, though. Actually, ALC-42 is a cool locomotive, and a worthy successor to the P-42s. They're controversial, by the way. I know a lot of people do not like the charges though because, well, the unreliability. But these would look good, although I mean, okay, no, I think other reason people don't like the charges is actually because of the SC-44 charges, the one with the weird looking front ends. A lot of people don't like the look of those. But I think people like the look of these a lot more, and yeah, I do too, to be fair. I like how the front's a lot more clean. And it also resembles the ECS-64, which I mean, it probably should, because the ECS-64 was ironically also built by Siemens. So, yeah, Siemens America, or is it, I don't know. Siemens, yes, it's all Siemens. And of course, the new aero sets, of course, will also be having this front end as well, because, well, because why not? This front end looks cool. And, yeah. Here's the thing I find interesting as well about these locomotives is that, well, it's funny. I don't really ever get to see these, ever, because I live in a part of the country where I don't really get to, well, okay, that's not entirely true. The closest service that I live to where I can see these is the Lakeshore Limited. You know, I was talking about that earlier. Yeah, I don't live too far away from the route that the Lakeshore Limited runs onto Boston, although even that's still an hour's drive from where I am, so. And since the Lakeshore Limited is only a once daily train, it's just kind of... It's a lot of time investment to go all the way up there, see one train, and then come back down. It's just kind of... It's kind of a lot. Saying that, though, pretty soon the ALC-42Es will be a lot more common where I live, because of course, well, as you know, I live in Rhode Island, and you know what runs through Rhode Island. Yes, it's Northeast Corridor. You know what's currently runs on Northeast Corridor? Well, I say currently runs on Northeast. You know what runs on Northeast Corridor? The Amtrak Northeast Regional. And those are a lot more frequent, too. I get to see multiple of those on the same day. And those are, of course, going to become aero sets in the future, which means I'll be seeing the ALC-42E locomotives on a much more frequent basis. Yeah, this is the ALC-42 locomotive. This is the diesel variant, diesel electric. Well, I say diesel electric. Well, because technically the ALC-42Es, of course, will have the ability to run on overhead wires, but of course these, of course, can only run, well, diesel, of course. I think technically these are used on the Northeast Regional though, although I think they use them on like the Virginia section, if there's not B-42 available. So technically you can still see an ALC-42 on the Northeast Regional right now, but you'd have to be all the way down to Virginia to see it, which I'm not in Virginia. I'm quite a bit further up. Which is because I really do like these locomotives, and yeah, although I will say this though, I will miss the ECS-64s though. You know, I was thinking, why don't they just build benches for the ECS-64s? But I guess it makes enough sense to want to build dual mode versions. So that way they don't have to do the engine swaps anymore. Should be train distance, by the way. Yeah, because one of the current downsides with the Northeast Regional is that it runs on the Northeast Corridor, but it also goes off the Northeast Corridor, right? And then whenever it goes off the Northeast Corridor, it has to change locomotives, right? Like they have the ECS-64. Here's over there. You have the ECS-64, which of course takes Northeast Regional throughout the Northeast Corridor section, but then they have to switch out a P-42 to go on the electrified sections in Virginia, and also the line that goes up to Springfield. Which, hey, that might be one of those my getting traceable 7, maybe. I don't know. Actually, do you think they could get the license to CT rail? I mean, no, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But then again, right now we don't even know what American Rail is going to be in Traceable 7. And we won't know until, like I said, a month from now when the Dovetail Direct show happens. So, yeah. Okay, like I said, it's supposed to be a freight. It should be coming along very soon now. So this guy's doing then. How are you? They're going about this road here. That's kind of cool. Okay, should be coming through like any second now. There he is. He's coming. He's coming. Alrighty. Actually, I can climb up the HUD now because I'm not going to be riding this train for a while. So yeah, see, our light is actually currently red. Yes. Because there's a train coming. And there he is. Can you recognize what it looks like, though? Yes. Let's say a very interesting train is about to pass by. Yes. Do you see what's on the front of it? Something very cool and interesting. It's going a bit slow though because of the junction here, but oh well. And yep, that is a manifest, as you see. But can you recognize what's on the front? You probably can if you're a BNSF fan, but otherwise, if you're not, here he comes. Maybe also we have the American 250 unit of the ALC-42, but here comes the railroad which outclassed Amtrak in terms of American 250-isms. Yes. How about it? It's the BNSF American 250 units. Going to make the corner. Kind of so weird on this though, but oh well. There he goes. The American 250 Manifest. Yeah. And yes, he's going in front of us, but it'll be far enough away that we won't have to worry about him. Let's get some stuff in the background there. Oh well. Okay, 10 minutes till departure. And yes, we're gonna see the this guy coming back around. There he is. Yep. The slow grain train. He's so slow. Yeah, but he's going slow because he's in a yard. Yes. You might think Captain Slow's driving that train. Yes. Yep, take a sip of water, as you expect. I'm just watching, because actually this guy looks like you can see the train in the background, and then you got the train in the foreground. Looks cool. Yeah. In case you're wondering, yes, that America 250 BNSF train has been following us since we departed Whitefish. And it's only until now he's actually caught up to us and overtaken us. Yeah. I know it's funny. The traffic is backed up only this far because the road ends. So, realistically, it should be backed up all the way to that hill or something, maybe. Or maybe more. I don't know. Oh well. You shall now marvel the grain. So how many minutes ago do we leave? Yes. There's about 4 cars on that train. That's another tiny bit. What's left to go? Oh, there it is. That's the end. Yeah. Welcome to Montana. Okay, well, as for us, only 5 minutes till departure. So while that train pulls away in the background, I have to take another bathroom break, and then we'll do the last leg of this journey. And I'm back again. Hopefully that'll be the last bathroom break for this stream as we are about to depart. So yeah, we're finally gonna be on the move again soon. After half an hour of being... How long is this live stream on fire, by the way? 4 hours and 7 minutes. Yeah. And we still got another hour and a half or so left to go in this, so yeah. So yeah, next up is Havre. That's 105 miles away. It just feels it's kind of far away even then, yeah. I mean, we already drove 150 miles for the whole Whitefish to Subway section. Now we got another 100 miles to go for Havre. Yeah, that's how we get 250 miles. And, yep. Oh, the arrival time is is 103, but I think we're gonna get there quite a bit sooner than that, and that will actually make a difference because since that's the last step of the scenario, I think what's gonna happen is we just get there and then the game's just gonna say, well done, yeah. Well, I know what the game's gonna tell me. I just think, yeah. So yeah, but basically, like once we get to Havre, that's it. That's the end of the scenario. That's probably for the best because, yeah, 6 hours is quite a long time to be doing a live stream, but that's what I've decided to do today. It's also 8:30 to local time, I just realized. It's probably about 10 o'clock-ish when I get to the end. After which, I will take a well-deserved rest. But we're not quite ready for that yet, so I shouldn't be thinking about that yet. Okay, we still have one more leg to complete. It's a pretty straightforward one, though. Yeah, we'll see. And yeah, now we're on the Shelby to Havre section, which again, I have never driven this part of the road before, so let's see what it's like. Any 1 minute when we get to finally leave. Also, it's still about an hour and a half though, so I might have to stop. I might have to pause the game for one more pee break, but then after that, I should be going till the end. Hopefully. Anything else about Shelby, by the way? Not really. The scenery doesn't go that far. The scenery doesn't even go out that far. Oh well. I mean, with how poorly optimized this game is, I guess that means better frame rate, right? Yeah. The future. Well, I suppose not the present, but you got Phase 7. Yeah, I wonder if we'll ever get to a point though where we will get entire Empire Builder in Phase 7. Alright, anyway, enough talking at the train. Because it is time for us to depart for Havre. Here we go then, the final leg of this journey. The longest one yet too. So the section that I run to now, like I said, is the Shelby to Havre route, as also known as the Montana High Line, Montana High Line, which was developed by some third-party developer, but I forget what their name is. So if you're really curious to know, it's a Train Super Classic Montana High Line. You'll be able to find out. As for me, I've never ridden it before, so let's see what it's like. Let's look at the balloon track. It's the grain trains went around. One thing I can tell you though, that this line's gonna be mostly single track with some passing loops here and there. It should at least be a fast section of the track. Also, apparently we're going to cement ties. That's cool. First time I've seen cement ties all day. Oh yeah, 79. Oh, yes. I think it'd be more of the same stuff, though, as we've been seeing for the last hour or so, ever since we departed, whatever that station was, where we transitioned from mountain passes to open fields. I think it's going to be pretty much the entirety of this route. Speed. Still hard about to go, isn't that something? You know what's funny? This route, I don't know if it works that well as like a separately sold add-on. Oh. Since this is my chair here. Well, I think if you want like a proper long distance experience, you gotta get both the Marias Pass route and this route, and then get the combined route in the workshop. Like I've done here. Because then you really get to experience the long. Yeah, 12:50. We get there. Yeah, 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Probably 12:55. So yeah, about an hour and a half more to go. Can I survive until then? Well, I've come this far, so let's hope so. Yeah, I should be able to. Okay, actually, I can take a flow here because we're on flat terrain. About to go downhill here. Yeah, like I said, I'm not familiar with this. So, are we going to do 79 miles per all the way to Havre, or are we going to have to slow down a bit? I think there was a 55 somewhere towards Havre, because they did do a little bit of revving in Havre just to test something out. But as far as route from between Shelby and Havre, I don't know. We'll find out. And once again, we're in a schedule, so I'm not gonna worry too much about keeping this grabbing at the speed because I don't really have to with these trains. Tell you what, if this is gonna be the whole route, this is kind of nothing really. So I guess I get the setting. Because I'm going to get to Havre more quickly. Actually, it's funny. There's actually one intermediate stop on this. Well, one intermediate. Okay, no, one intermediate station on this route between Havre and Shelby. I think it's a station that the Amtrak Emperor Building used to serve, but doesn't anymore. Because again, the stopping pattern of this train is basically what the stopping pattern is on the Amtrak.com, which is the latest thingamajig. So. Yeah, I'm just going off of that. Maybe something in the past, I don't know. I have actually thought about doing another Empire Build stream though, but set in like the 1970s or 80s, or the days of the peak days of the F40. And Bruins know it as well, so. But no promises. Yeah. So in terms of how long this live stream is, so this actually will not be the longest live stream I've ever done though, as crazy as that sounds. I've done 3 really long live streams previously. I think the longest live stream ever I did was the Train Sim World 5 Ultimate Extravaganza that I did back in 2024. I think the next longest before that, I think, is the Train Sim 2019 Ultimate Extravaganza that I did back in late 2018. And then I think... I forget how long the... I didn't know that was really long. That was the East Coast Mainline route in Trains a New Era. I just forget how long that stream was. I think it was like close to 6 hours. I actually don't know. But, yeah. What's interesting, though, is that the Train Sim World and the Train Sim World 5 and the Train Sim 2019 Ultimate Extravaganzas, those were actually covering multiple different routes, right? Like Train Sim 2019, I covered the basic routes in Train Sim 2019. Those being the what's it called? It's the Soldier Summit and the Salt Lake City extension. Ports with direct line, and then the Frankfurt High Speed route, which I actually drove that route twice in both directions because I wanted to show up a lot of ICE stuff. And then the longest stream ever was the Train Sim 5. We covered the base content in that being Frankfurt Fulda, which I drove twice. The Metrolink, what was it called? The Metrolink San Bernardino line, and then I drove the West Coast Main Line London Milton Keynes route twice as well, with 2 different trains. And that actually was initially meant to be 6 hours only, but took a bit longer than that because, well, it just did. But that's interesting though, because in those 2 live streams I covered multiple different routes. But then in the Train Simulator Era stream I did on the East Coast Main Line, that was just the East Coast Main Line from London to Edinburgh. What's going on? More. Okay. Just some stuff. Okay. Stuff I will cover later. Not cover. Cover that. That's stuff I'll address later. Not on stream though, because that's private. Yeah, I'm not the type for airing drama on my channel anymore. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so I forget. No, but here's the other funny thing though. When I did the Trains a New Era stream from London to Edinburgh, I actually drove multiple trains in that stream because I started with the HST, but then I was like, let's change things up a little bit just for the heck of it. Yeah. Just for the fun of it. Ironically, I think this is the first time I've done like a super long live stream that's like 5.5 hours, or some point, somewhere in that ballpark, where I've driven on the same route for the whole time, and also driven the same train the whole time, being the Empire Builder. Yep, I have not switched trains because this stream is all about the ALC-42 and nothing else, because I love this engine. Yeah. I mean, even though this add-on is not perfect, I do still like this engine a lot. But maybe in the future I might drive the F40 or the P42 or something on this route. We'll see. I don't know. But I decided to do the ALC-42s because, again, this is a recently released add-on and also America 250. So this live stream has also kind of been the my America 250 special for the year because I don't know what else to do. Yeah. For America 250. I guess I could have reviewed that America 250 scenario pack for Trains 3, but that game's a bit broken at the moment, so yeah. This game is pretty broken too, but no. But the funny thing is, though, is that when the thing is with the America 250 pack for Train Simulator 3, those are scenarios not made by me. Those are made by the developer who made them. In this case, Mr. Hyle Watmore. But obviously, well, he made those scenarios, but then again, he made this for a game which is even more broken than this, actually, so we would fail there. At least this game is also broken, but am I seeing things, or are people driving over this thing? Oh. Are you serious? Oh, we're about to hit a tractor here. Oh, never mind. He stopped for the train. Oh, thank you. Good job. I thought I'd hit him. But yeah, this is basically the. I mean, like I said, this game is pretty broken too, but I'm at least able to work through the bugs and make a functioning scenario. It was a real pain, but I did it. Yes. When I'm determined to do something, I get it done. Is there some? I see some. Oh, it's trees. Or no, building. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, this road. So this road is fast. I mean, to be fair, this road's kind of a different flavor from the Mirage Pass route because Mirage Pass is a kind of a windy route with a lot of varying speed limits. This is much more flat and fast. And you get to consistently extend miles. But imagine this in a freight train. That'd be cool. Oh, went downhill. Maybe I'll even do that someday. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, speeding a little bit. Speed limit. Thank you. Yeah, maybe I'll make a whole scenario pack for this, just for this route, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I got all the assets to do it. I got a bunch of BNSF stuff, obviously, which I downloaded just for this scenario, by the way. Because you want to know something interesting? When I initially came into the scenario, I was only going to use the default BNSF stuff, as in the BNSF that they get with this route and the Mirage Pass route. That was the plan. Until I looked through the list of rolling stock for both of these routes. Well, I say list of rolling stock, and okay, I mean the list of freight rolling stock is actually pretty good. In fact, actually, speaking of train, hello. Yeah, all the freight rolling stock is actually included with this route, Shelby to Havre. But there's a locomotives, well, you may have known for your notes SS78s and Dash 9s, yet I had to install those as extra, and also got that American 50 as well. So, yeah! Alrighty, hello, Mr. Freight Train. Which is it's even a Dash 9, how about it? Speed. There he goes. Uh-oh. Oh. Thought the train was 5 minutes break, but it hasn't. I bet. Oh, we're going to 70. Okay, that's fine. You're gonna send a section. I'm gonna just go ahead and lower the power and speed. And yeah, that's the end of the passing loop, by the way. Yeah, this probably was basically just single track and some passing loops here and there. There's a couple of double track sections, but they're very, well, not that short, but they're short-ish, so. Oh, that's just going off the map, by the way. I haven't actually, like I said, I haven't driven this route, but I have looked at the map to decide where to put down the AI trains and stuff. Anyway, yeah, regarding the rolling stock, so all of the free rolling stock that you've seen in this stream today is actually from this route, the Shelby to Havre route. But in terms of locomotives, that's what disappointed me, because I noticed that for both routes, the only engines you get are the GEVOs. Or, more specifically, I think the ES-44DC. So, I did some downloading, and thankfully I did. I actually downloaded an enhancement mod for the GEVO, so I get the ES-44C4 and the ES-4AC as well, which are very similar, but different enough. And I also, like I said, also got the Dash 9 add-on, an enhancement for that as well, and also the freeware ST70 Ace add-on. Yeah, so that basically bolstered my locomotive, so I'd have to put G-Bills, because, yeah, no, because I was not going to put down only G-Bills, because it would just would have been so boring, you know, seeing the same locomotives for all the yeah, no, I'm not that, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So I hope you like the variety that I put in this scenario. Okay, so let's face it, everything's better with more. Or I should say, look, that made no sense. I should say more the merrier. There we go. That's what we call my set phrase. Okay, I'm gonna take one more B break at some point, but I'm gonna try to hold up as long as possible. Because I don't want to keep pausing the game because, you know. Also, look at this. What is this? Is this ballast that we're on? I have never seen that before. That is the strangest looking thing I've ever seen. And it's just like I said, this is a pirated version. This pirated version, although it's just seems closer to the original, I think, because I did try to get the most recent version of this route because apparently there was some signal update at some point. I think, I don't know. That's what I read up on the forums, but I couldn't find like the current version that's in the same store right now. I did get Havre's route though, like I said, which is I think from 2019. So I mean that's the version I have. So I don't know if it's any different from the from the current version. But so maybe thinking, oh, why did you just get the version from the Steam store? I mean, to be fair, it was $10 during the sale, but I'm too cheap for that. So I don't know. We'll see. Ooh, some. Is that civilization or is that just trees? It's not a good looking bridge with that. Alright, we're going uphill so I can actually put a bit of power. Yes, a bit of power. Power solves many things. Hey, 70 miles per hour. Yes. So to go back up. Go back up. Lost. I can't talk. Hey, I've been streaming for how long now? 4.5 hours. Yeah. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Give me a break. I still have an hour at least left to go. So you may be wondering, why did I decide to do a 5.5 hour long stream driving this train? Well, the answer is because reasons. I guess I shouldn't complain too much because I literally made this scenario. I made it by myself too. Well, I say by myself. Okay, I had Aries to help me out with the train and stuff like that, but I was the one that came up with the idea of doing a 5.5 to 6 hour scenario where I'd have the Empire Builder on the the Whitefish to Havre route. Yeah. Just for the heck of it, I'm trying to think what other routes in this game that the Empire Builder runs on. I mean, the only other route I can think of is this weird, unfinished version of the, what's it here? It's this weird unfinished version of the Metra Milwaukee District North line, which you get from Train Sim Community. Although it's such a short route that's not really ideal for driving this train on it. So I don't know. I wish there were more routes to drive this train on, but I mean there are more routes to drive the ALC-42s on, but I'm thinking like split to the Empire Builder. Technically, Metro Racetrack route does exist. The Metro BNSF line does exist, and you drive the Southwest Chief on that. Although, I don't think the ALC-42s have been certified for that route yet, because they don't have the that Santa Fe safe system that the P-42s have. So. We'll see, though. I think the only other route is like the Miami West Palm Beach route, where you can do the Silver Star. now the Floridian. And there's also some, I think there's also some Virginia route as well where you can drive this. I actually did that in my spare time. And the game crashed because I think the route's broken, so good job. So yeah, as far as I can think of, this is really the most complete route where it makes sense to drive this locomotive. Actually, I think the other one is. Did they use these on the Pacific Surfliner? I actually don't know. But yeah. But this is the best route that at least I'm aware of, so I figured let's do this one. And here's where how I became aware of this route. I was actually looking through some of Fanbreel's videos, and there was this one 8-hour video or something where it's driving like a steam engine. I think it was a challenge, but I don't remember. I don't know, it might have been a challenge, some UP steam engine. And that video was really long. I was like, I know some, Montana Highlanders. What? And I realized that he used a combine route, which I didn't even know of until I looked it up. Because I think I must have seen somewhere when the Montana Highline was released, courtesy of whoever was made this route. But I didn't realize that it was possible to combine this route with the Ras Pass route. Until I found that favorite video, and then I looked and seen more. So I was like, oh, this route exists. And it gave me the idea to do something with it. Wasn't sure what though. And then this came out, as did these reskins. So I figured, you know what? Let's do the Amtrak Empire Builder. And I'm not gonna do like when we did with the SP40F and just make a free roam scenario and whatever. No, we're gonna do it realistic this time. We're gonna use the realistic schedule. We're gonna stop at all the stations. And we're going to be basing in the modern day. And we're also going to use BNSF equipment as well. And thank me for going through the effort to get all that stuff downloaded and installed, because again, I was just going to use the stuff that just comes with the Marias Pass and this route just for simplicity. But then I saw how little you actually get in terms of motive power, so I was like, nah, not good enough. Okay, I had 50 miles to go thereabouts. I'll take one last bathroom break. And I'll try to last until the end of the scenario. What's kind of funny is that I also looked at my maps to see how much of this route actually covers the state of Montana. Yeah, it's not even half. I mean, it's close to half, but not quite half. Let's say to Montana. So, but I mean, if you really like Montana, I mean, hey, this is a good route for you. Personally, I don't really feel either way about Montana. I'm mainly just driving on this route because it exists. Yeah, I know, that's my justification for driving this route. I'm driving on this route because it exists. But I mean, apparently this, or at least the Shelby to Whitefish part is so famous that Dovetail made it for 2 different games. Well, I say Dovetail. Okay, technically it was Kuju who made it for Microsoft Train Simulator, then it was Dovetail who made it for this game. And then some third-party developer made the route from Shelby to Havre. And then another guy combined 3 roads, so here we are. You've also noticed the alerter keeps going off. Yeah, that's a feature in this thing that you can't turn off. Oh well. I honestly do wish we had more Amtrak long distance routes, though. Yeah. Because, like, I'm trying to think of what other, like, routes that are used by Amtrak long distance trains that would exist in the game. I can't really think of any. So, make more, please. Third-party developers are left still. Maybe there are more, I just don't even know about them. I don't know. Actually, no. I think the second... Wait a second. Does this train also travel through the Social Summit route? Or is that a different train? Is that the California Zephyr? Yes, I think it's the California Zephyr. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the Zephyr. So, oh, even that way, as long as this. I think that route's like 100 and something miles. I don't remember. Because even this is lower than that. The green plant. Oh, that's a mail I just realized. Oh, that's dangerous. Bill again. 67 miles to go to Havre. There's supposed to be 67 miles to go in this scenario. Oh, look how empty this looks. It's nothing for miles. It's just endless farmland. Yep, this is what rural America looks like. Okay, a bit of power. Because like I said, Havre is the last stop, so the sooner we get to Havre, the sooner we can get done with finishing this scenario. And then I could go to bed. Well, okay, I'm probably not gonna go to bed. Yeah, probably gonna do stuff on my computer, and then I'll go to bed. Anything else? Another message from West Virginia, but I'll address that later. We're still, it's got about an hour left on this journey. address that later. Yeah, I just realized though, you're getting a message from, you know, a couple people. Don't even message me that often. Of course, I have to message while I'm streaming. Yeah, look at how much nothing there. I mean, look at this. This is insane. Well, no, in my defense, this is a part of America that I've never been to. I've only really ever lived on the East Coast. Is there anything like this here in the East? I don't think there is. I think this is something that's more exclusive to this part of the country. Yeah. This is mainly what the Dakotas look like. I think Washington's a bit more mountainous though, because again we were driving on a pretty mountainy route. I think that's what Washington looks like. This looks more like the Midwest, you know, like the Dakotas. And I think maybe, I don't know. Again, I'm not familiar with this part of the country, so you guys have to correct me, or at least not familiar with. I'm not so familiar that I know everything. You know what I mean? I had to use AI to help me figure out what kind of trains to use for this part of for this scenario. Because again, my knowledge of this route is just kind of surface level. Like I have a basic idea of this route, and that's why I was able to get all that BNSF stuff. Like figure out the HPCs, that's something that only I can help me out with. Well, okay. I guess I could have also gotten someone to help me who's familiar with this area, except I don't know anyone who's familiar with this area, so AI had to do. Looks like all that stuff is loading in the background. Uh-oh, another crossing, which is weird. Are they gonna stop? Or am I in that truck? Okay, the gates are way at the end. That's not realistic. Oh, also like how this stuff just disappears. Yep. And this is a third-party route, by the way. Which, I'm saying that, I mean, I'd expect third-party developers to be able to do better than Dovetail at, making rules, but I guess not in some cases. Oh, hold on, is this that station? Oops. It is! Hold on. Stop for a minute. Now, here's this place. This is, Chester. Which is a station, if you can believe it, but I don't think the Empire's built a service station anymore, so... Yep, that's Chester. Which I think was formerly served by the Empire Builder, but not anymore. According to Amtrak.com. If they ever served that station at one point. Well, maybe they did, but I wouldn't know because I'm about to go through the archives for this service. Okay, a bit more power. Yeah, again, trucks spawn. I think that's actually a complete road, though, actually. It's just not. Okay, maybe that's not the fault of the developer, it's just the fault of Dovetail and the way they program this game. Come on. Where's this full power? Yeah, so that's kind of what I thought it was from what I looked at the map. It's just kind of open fields and high-speed running. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, this route on Sona is kind of meh. You know? Yeah. Like, it's really better if you buy this route to combine it with the Rise Pass route. That's more worthwhile, but just as it is on its own, it's something really special here. Maybe that's why they made it. Actually, developers were like, well, Morass Pass exists, so why don't we extend it? Except we can't bundle with the Morass Pass route, so we just sell it as a separately sold add-on, and then we can leave it up to the community to combine it to the Rise Pass route. Maybe that was the thought process. Is it? I don't know. Just making things up. Okay, 7 miles to go until I can pause the game and take another pee break, which will hopefully be the final pee break of this live stream. Yeah. I hope. Because, man, I try to drink a lot of water. To be fair, I think I'm gonna drink, like... No, I think this is my third fill of water. I don't know. Who cares? Oh, hey, got another train! Yes! Which I can't confirm as the second to last BNSF train we'll be seeing today. I believe that is another manifest. Oh no, it's a stack train. With a pair of Gevos. I don't know why they're so quiet though. That's not something to do with the sound mod I installed. Oh well. And I started moving. There you go. Oh. Now we're downhill, because of course we are. Come on. There we go. Oh. Then we'll brake. There we go. There we go. And Robo's actually almost empty, but I should be able to make it last to the end. We only, well, okay, technically we actually have... Actually, according to the ETA, we have about 44 minutes. So actually a bit more than half an hour. Should be fine. I've made it this far, though. There was nothing in the chat for quite a while now, but it's pretty late, so... Although it's summertime, though, so there shouldn't be anyone going to school at this point. But I'd say this has been a fairly enjoyable drive overall. And I'm glad I put in the effort to make those AI trains to, you know, liven this thing up a bit. I will admit, though, the scenery on this part of the route is a bit more boring compared to the Juarez Pass route. Well, I guess that's just Montana for you. I was about to pass through some more industries and stuff. Is that an abandoned track? Huh. Interesting. This looks old. I think we're close enough, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a beat break. Right now, I promise you this will, well, I say I promise, this will hopefully be the final beat break of the live stream. Okay, and we are back. Well, I passed it with some cement ties. Wow. Oh yeah, also means we're about halfway through the Shelby to Havre route. Pretty mid route so far. Oh well, what I expect. Well, you know what? Since we're almost to the end, I'm gonna use the opportunity to just mention one more thing. Just nothing particular, but just something I want to talk about, just because I feel like it. And also because I was in the chat. And I gotta talk about something for the last 50 miles of this journey. So, I've been seeing some of the Walmart back to school ads. And I gotta say, those ads make no sense to me whatsoever, because, it's midsummer. Like, school doesn't start up again for another month. So why are we already doing back to school advertisements? That's stupid. Unless there's some sort of secret summer school that I don't know about, or something. I don't know. But as far as I know, school doesn't start until, well, at least in my area, it doesn't start until late August. So that's still a month away. She's like, why are they already doing back to school stuff? Why? Oh, but you gotta get the stuff in time, I mean, I guess, but... What about all the kids out there who hate school? Or the kids out there like, no, I don't want to be reminded of school. School's a horrible place. I mean, that's basically me. Because the funny thing is, I've had to go to school for the last 5 years, yet it still gives me Vietnam War flashbacks. Why? Well, actually, there's a reason why. It's because school sucked. And it's something I wish to never have to do anything with ever again. But then I'm wondering, if there's no school, then why is no one showing up to this live stream? So I think because they're some of these guys who are Americans. I don't know. Oh well. We got 47 miles to go anyway. Only one more train to see, and not much into the scenery. So whatever. Anything else worth mentioning then? Not really. Apparently still have another 40 minutes to get there. Yeah, I know it's about 46 miles to go to Havre, and yeah, it says we're gonna get there in... Yeah, so... Is there a recovery section coming up some point near the end of the route? Maybe there is. Again, I don't know, because I haven't done this route yet. Well, in its entirety yet. I've driven half of the route from Shelby up to wherever we're at. That's for the second part of the route from... Well, yeah, we're still discovering it. I guess I'll probably have a bit of a live update then. So there's two things I'm going to work on fixing in my personal life. One of those is actually to do with my health, and that's to do with my digestion system. You may remember back in April of 2025, I didn't make videos for a little bit because I had digestion issues. Basically, my system was all plugged up and causing severe heartburn, and it's made my life miserable. It's not so bad now, but I do still occasionally get my throat's getting all groggy. I do still occasionally get heartburn, and also I'm so constipated because my abdomen still hurts when I put on underwear when I'm at home. And yeah, basically I did try and fix it with like with some stuff at CVS. Like I tried out what was it called? I tried out Pepsid AC. I tried some magnesium, and it just didn't seem to make any difference. So I decided to just go see a gastroenterologist. And I've actually got an appointment scheduled for later this month, actually. Right at the end of August. So, not right at the end of August, but close to the end of August. So I'll finally be able to see a professional who can help me out with my esophageal issues. And the other thing I'm trying to fix is my financial situation, because that is also something that around early 2025 just went wrong, and I've still been trying to fix that. I've been taking a break from that for the past few months because I've just been so busy lately with traveling, you know, like going to New York. I've also been doing a lot of rail fanning this summer because of the Legacy Acela is going to be retired pretty soon. And also went to the Lime Rock Park racetrack a few weeks ago for the NASCAR weekend there. So that was pretty fun. But the good news now, we're starting to enter a part of the year when things are going to settle down a little bit. I do still have some place to go to, though. In fact, the next couple months I'm still going to be kind of busy because of traveling. Still got to go to Boston this year. I got some other stuff planned as well. So, yeah, but I will at least be unbusy enough that I'll be able to focus on other things. Because the one thing I really want to fix is my financial situation, because I've literally been able to talk with people who've been able to make so much money per month. It's insane. Just from YouTube Shorts, by the way. I was like, I want a piece of that pie. But no, I couldn't get it before because I was doing things wrong. But I've taken a break from that, and I actually paid for a membership group. And things have actually changed in the membership group over the time since I took the time off. Also, what the? Is that on purpose? I hope it is. It's weird. Bruh. But yeah, I am planning on getting back in touch with the guys in that membership group, and I hope this time things go better. I really want to start making some serious money here so I can finally put my life at ease, because, you know, like, there's other imperfections in my life right now that I wish to fix, but, like, the biggest thing by far that would really help my morale is if I were to start making loads of money from an online business. So I hope to do that. Oops. Speeding. I hope to do that soon enough, but we'll see how that goes. Then again, I don't know. It could be another failure. I have no idea. Now, I may think, oh, well, if making money online is so difficult, why don't you just get a job? Honestly, I have considered that, but I don't want to give up on my money making online mission just yet. I really want to try this again, just to see if it'll work. Because if not, then you know what? Yes, I will get a job. But at the same time, I really don't want to get a job because it's just not something I'm interested in doing. But if it's my only option to make money, then I guess I'll have to do it, because I don't want to spend the rest of my whole life trying to make money online and I never get to do it. I never do it because it's just I can't figure it out. But we'll see what happens. And we'll see how the rest of this year goes. I will say overall, my 2026 has honestly been quite the improvement over 2025 was. Because 2025 was just not a good year at all. It just, nothing really much happened that was like good or anything. You know. At least this year I've been able to go on some big trips, and I went to New York. Like I said, I went to Lime Rock recently. I'm planning on going to Boston some point in August. So, and I've been doing a lot of real fan locally as well, which I didn't do much of that last year either, so. I'd say this year's definitely been an improvement over last year. Although what would really transcend this year into, you know, like ultra goodness would be, again, if I were to get my financial situation together. Because if I could start making money, then yeah, that would be great. But we'll have to see how that goes over the next, I don't know. Next month, we'll see. Next couple of months. Well, there's a must go in this scenario, although it still says it can take about half an hour to get there, which I don't understand. Because I mean, if we stick to 79 miles per hour, you know what is coming then? Oh, some more bends. Yeah, but it shouldn't be anything too bendy. We'll see. Maybe the ETA is just a bit wrong, so whatever. Yeah, like 36 miles to go, but still half an hour to get there. So I don't know. I think that BNSF train might have something to do with it, although no, it should be far enough ahead that it shouldn't matter, but we'll see. I guess when we get close to Havre, I'm gonna have to look out for the signals and make sure I'm at the back of that train or anything. Anything else? I was surprised I've been able to talk for the last 5 hours straight. And of course only now with about, I don't know, we'll see what the ETA does, but about 30 or so minutes left in the scenario. Only now I'm struggling to figure out what else to talk about to get us to the end of this. Come on. Oh, speed. Yep, not much more to say. I think the ETA. Yeah, I think that's because of the BNSF train, so. Because it hasn't. I don't think. Has it moved? I don't know. I've been looking. But we'll figure it out when we get there. Still 33 miles to go, though. Oh, went to 70. Okay, maybe that much. Something to do with it. So, oh, I think that's a flash. I think that's another train connection. Oh, no, not on this section. So what's this cement track look like? Oh. Oh, that's more detailed. Way further away from it. Okay, I want to jerk the train. Come on. And there we go. Yeah, we're going around a curve, but yeah. Okay, but like, what's gonna happen in Havre? I guess we'll see. Well, we've traveled this far, down to the last 30 miles. So, yeah, according to oh, now the dates moved. Oh. Okay, never mind. I was just okay. Fair enough. So no, yeah, no. Apparently, still half an hour to go until we get there, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me yet. I guess we'll see what happens. Or maybe my perception of time is wrong. Oops. Yeah, this road just kind of exists. The Shelby to Havre route. Steering-wise, it's kind of boring. We're going over the bridge. Oh, the first clue, 50. Oh, never mind. Oh, because we're through a junction. Oh, I see. So we got slowed to 50 and then... Okay. Oh, I need to use the air brake for this. Yeah, I don't think that's realistic. It shouldn't slow down that quickly from 30%. Come on. Down to 50. There we go. Yeah, so no, it has nothing to do with the freight train. It's just, I don't know. Again, yeah, I think my perception of time and distance is wrong, so. Yeah. Okay, Balwa. Let's go back up to 79. There we go. Yep, I don't really know what else to say at this point. We're just kinda... Yeah. Yeah, not much more to say, at this point. And we got 26.5 miles to go to Havre. Well, I don't know if anyone's going to watch this live stream in its entirety, but if you have decided to watch it and you come this far, I hope you've enjoyed it. Yeah, I figured to celebrate the release of these locomotives and also do something to do with America 250. I thought it would be wise to, you know, put this one to good use and do this scenario that I've made. Because again, this might just be the best route for these locomotives anyway. At least for now. I mean, well, for now. I mean, we'll see if anyone makes another long route or something, or... You know, we have the route that extends the Morass Pass route to Havre. Would anyone be incentive to make the route beyond Shelby and go all the way to, like, I don't know, Spokane, Washington? Or is that too much? Oh boy, I'm not even sure if I would want to do that in one sitting. Yeah, that's the question. Would I be insane enough to drive for however many hours that would take? I'm not sure. Yeah, I think we are going to go at the speed and they still get close to Havre. It's just going to take that long. Okay. Because we left Shelby at 11:28. So we're driving for about an hour and 5 or so minutes. I guess that makes enough sense. Alright, well, 22 miles to go. Yay. Yep. I just kind of ran out of things to talk about at this point. I gave myself 20 minutes till we get there. It's a bit annoying, but oh well. I guess you get two different flavors. You get Marias Pass, which is like kind of a mix. You get some 79 miles per hour running, but then you go a lot slower with like the Mountain Pass part. This route is pretty much just mostly high speed running through endless fields. Oh, I believe that is the last airtrip we see coming right up. I think it's another ethanol train. It is. With all the trio. Yep, the S78-9 and the Evo. So 3 kind of engines that I downloaded just to make the scenario more interesting. And it's pulled off. Long train. Yay. Okay, nothing else. Again, there are some. Yeah, I'm saying this because God. Yeah. But with us being almost over, I'll be able to address this. Yeah, I guess they really take us another 20, well, 18 minutes now to get to Havre. Or is it Havre? That's what it is. I thought it was called Havre because of the spelling of the word, but then I realized, oh wait, the R is after the V, not before it, so it's... But maybe even both of those are wrong. I don't know. You tell me. I'm not from the area, so I wouldn't know. I'm from a completely different part of the country. Yeah, I have to say that I'm kind of surprised the game hasn't crashed yet. Because I've had the game running now since the beginning of this live stream, which is now... What is the stream now? Yeah, 5 hours and 23 minutes. Yeah, that's how long this game has been running for. I mean... That's not, I would say that's not too much because the game hasn't really had a lot to do. You know, the route is optimized well enough, and I haven't put that much AI stock into this, so really the game hasn't had that much to do. Like, even though this is a 6 hour or close to 6 hour scenario. Actually, I think we're like 5.5 hours. But yeah, 5.5 hours, give or take. I mean, yeah. I will admit, this route is kind of boring. Yeah. Like, at least we were in the Mirage Pass with all this cool mountains and stuff to look at, but ever since we got to the fields part, that's all we've been seeing. So, I mean, I guess this route exists if you're like, and you want to do a nice long Empire Builder run. Or actually, it's the Empire Builder again. You can also do, you know, BNSF freight trains as well, I guess, or whatever other trains might run. I think it's mainly the Empire Builder and BNSF freight, so I don't think you'd see much else in this route. Maybe you do, but I wouldn't know. I've only put down rolling stock that just makes sense for like a typical day on this line. You know. I should mention, this scenario isn't based on any, like, specific operating day. It's just kind of a, you know, what would happen on the average day on this route, you know what I mean? Like, the only thing that actually follows a consistent schedule is directly between them we're driving the Empire Builder, because of course it's a patch, so it has to stick to a certain schedule, but the funny thing is, my plan, kind of, going this route was to see if I could add any BNSF train schedules, but that doesn't exist. Yeah, because of course BNSF being a freight railroad doesn't have schedules. In fact, well, that's kind of how it is with freight railroads in general. Yeah, that's the thing I've noticed with freight railroads. They don't operate on a specific schedule. They just kind of just leave the yard whenever the train's ready, and they get there whenever they get there. So, whenever you make like a freight scenario, you kind of have to kind of make it up, you know what I mean? I know technically, you know, there's timetable mode for certain freight routes and trains in World, but even those are based on like, they're not based on. They're just kind of like, okay, what makes enough sense to make this route work? You know. But yeah, the reality is that freight trains just don't follow a certain schedule. They just kind of leave the yard whenever they can, and then get to their destination. Well, I think some trains are time sensitive. I think some freight trains do have to get to their destination as quick as possible, but then other trains can kind of just lumber around, you know, if they can. Because again, passenger trains have to stick to a certain timetable or a certain schedule because, you know, passengers expect the train to get there by a certain point. It'd be pretty unhelpful if the train gets there early or whatever, and you know, or if they just ran on like a whatever schedule, you know. But of course, freight trains aren't necessarily public service. You know, their main job is to get freight from, you know, from place to place. Like, obviously, I do think a freight train would have to get to senses by a certain point before the load goes bad, but that's kind of it. But again, otherwise, they just leave the yard whenever the train's ready. And that's what kind of made making this a bit tricky, because I kind of had to do my own... Well, no, again, I had AI help me make out the consists, but it was me who had to decide, okay, where is this train gonna start from, you know, which did work well enough in the end. I mean, I kind of wish freight trains used schedules just for consistency, but it's not the world we live in, so we kind of have to just get creative. Which makes me wonder, how did Dovetail come with their timetables for freight routes? Like, maybe they just kind of like study the route, or study the route in terms of what kind of trains run regularly, and they just make a timetable that just makes enough sense based on that. Ironically, that's what I had to do here. Well, we're now down to 8 miles to go, which means we are very nearly there. Am I ever going to do something like this ever again? Maybe I will, but definitely not anytime soon. Yeah, I've spent a good few weeks trying to make the scenario, and it was. I mean, at points it was fun, but at other points it was not fun. So I was glad to be done with making the scenario. And as for whenever I make another, I don't know, man. We'll see. Also, there's the 55. Yeah, I suspected that was going to happen. Of course, 55 comes up as we're now about 5 miles away from our destination. Well, 7.5. Yeah, once we get to it, should be about 6 miles. Guess we're on the brakes now, then. Alright. Start slowing down. Even though we're nearly there, but yeah, I want to drive this realistically. No speeding. Okay. Is that good enough? Oh, that's a yellow. Oh, I think that's because we're about to pull into it. Yeah, because we're approaching interlocking, aren't we? Alright, well, 55, but I think we're only 6.3 miles away, so we're not far off. On the bridge. First we've seen a bridge, first we've seen a waterway in a while. Isn't that something? I think we're gonna sit on 20, then we'll stay close to Havre, but that's fine, I guess. Well, I managed to complete this entire scenario without getting so bored to death that I wanted to quit and stuff, but... Now, I was always planning on doing this entire thing in one sitting anyway. I just wasn't sure how I'd be able to cope with it, but turns out I did pretty alright. But that being said, I will not be doing this again for a while. I will consider it for the future, but at least for now, no more long distance journeys for a while. Yeah. Will I rather start a turret again someday? Maybe. I don't know when. We'll see. Alrighty, 5 miles to go. I believe now we're approaching the outskirts of Havre. Is there another train line over there? I think it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay, now we're in a part I'm actually kind of familiar because I've actually done some inspecting of this yard stuff to make sure I know what I'm doing. So yeah, that's the subway to Havre route, I suppose. Not much to say, honestly. It's kind of high speed and fields and stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's 100 miles, I suppose, 105 miles. But then again, added to the Morass Pass Food, then you get 250 miles. This sounds like a better deal. Alright, 3.69 miles. Yeah, I think I have to go down to like 20 miles and I won't get close to Havre, but we're almost there, so it's fine. By here we go, then, it's almost over. Anything else, by the way? Check this one more time. But I'm going to be able to take it off the mid anyway, so. Alrighty, well, 2.5 miles left to go. But still about 5 minutes to get there because we gotta go down to 20 at some point. And if I haven't noticed, yeah, here we are at the end of the scenario. Remember when when the sun was still rising? Now it's happened in the sky. Yeah, I gotta say, I've never done a scenario long enough to really see that. So that's cool. Oh, by the way, you wanna know why the city was crashing before? We're just about to see it. Well, kind of see it. Where is it? It's this signal here. Facing the other way, which for some reason causing the game to freeze up. Almost I was going to do that time, but it didn't, thankfully. Because I made sure it would. Well then, welcome to Havre. Also, we left this stream, we continue onwards to Chicago and wherever else is on its path. But as for us, once we pull into Havre, that is it. Go basically, but it's fine. And by the way, I don't have any AI stuff scripted for Havre, so I'm assuming that once we stop at the station and hit T, that should be the end of it. I hope. Yeah, I hope it doesn't have to make us wait 10 minutes just to complete the thing. I mean, we would have to wait 10 minutes if we were continuing this train beyond Havre, but we're not, so it should be fine. And yeah, that was both the Morass Pass and the Montana Highline. It's all the Montana Highline. Actually, not sure how much further Montana line goes, though, but oh well. Well, here we are. We made it to the end, if you can believe it. 5.5 hours later. In fact, how long is this live stream now? Oh yeah, 5 hours and 40 minutes almost. Alright, well, it's the end. So it's fine. Yep, I've been streaming for 5 hours and 40 minutes. Yep. But we're at the end, almost. Just gotta come to a stop, finish the scenario, and then I will call this live stream complete. Oh, I forgot to ring the bell. Whoops. Here's Havre. Okay, where should we stop? There's another long platform, so I think we'll stop right where the baggage car ends. Let's see, where is that? Okay, right here. It's gonna be on the platform, but that's fine. And, yep, doors open. And that should be it. I hope. Is the game really gonna make us wait 10 minutes to finish this? If it is, I will use fast forward mode here because I am not gonna save for 10 straight minutes. Oh. Alright, I think it is. I'm gonna use fast forward mode. I haven't got any more AI trained stuff, so. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Okay, never mind. It didn't in fact finish. It took a bit longer than I expected. Like I said, just be patient. But no, it does finish when you get there. So yeah, that is the end of the scenario, and also the end of this live stream. Yeah, this is box here, but no, that's just for telling the player. So yeah, just buying the gray box, but oh well. Let's go back to the main menu real quick. It's gonna kick me out anyway, so I might as well just get to the main menu. You know what? Just for like a bit, let's see how we actually did here. Let's see. Yeah, no, it turns out it doesn't actually make you sit through this whole thing. It does actually stop. After a while. Speeding 19 times. Well, you know what? Whatever. 140 miles or 49 kilometers if you're European. Alright, well, that's it then. That is the end of the live stream. Quite a long one. I don't know when the next... Actually, I do know when the next live stream will be. That will be the Train Sim World 7 talk show that I'll be doing at the end of the month of August, shortly after the Dovetail Direct. And then I might do another Train Sim World 7 stream in like October, whenever the game comes out. So we'll see how that goes. As far as videos, I'm not sure when the next video will be out, but we shall see. So, yep, so that will do it for this live stream. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. If you did, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already. And I will see you in whatever I make next.